Right. Well, good morning. Thank you, a big thank you for coming out and being part of this session. I'm going to run through in a minute a few things. First of all, to introduce who I am so you know who you're speaking with. My name is Steve Andrews. I formerly was an executive at British Telecom, BT, for some 30 years. All sorts of fun, biggest toy box on earth, to work with networks and products and services solutions. And I ended my time at BT, which I enjoyed immensely, as Chief of Product Services, which covered the fixed, mobile, wireless, Wi-Fi, and strategy, regulation. And I even had the legal department. I don't know how that quite happened, but it was quite interesting to have the mix, and it gave me a great insight. And then I became an advisor, consultant, and now I'm focused much more on board membership, chairman. I chair a fibre company in the UK. So that's me. One of my passions throughout my career has been Wi-Fi. It was a small part of my portfolio, but it was an extremely important one. And we were, as BT, founders of this wonderful organisation, the WBA, and my teams have worked consistently when I was at BT through to do that. So that's why I'm here. I'm kindly invited to be a board advisor for the WBA, and it's fantastic to be still part of this great evolution of such a great technology and service platform. Right, that's me. Enough of me. Now, I've always wanted to be a airline steward, so I've got the opportunity of giving you the safety speech. Very important to you, and I've got to say that George, who's doing the panel later, and I, consciously thought of you as individuals, and we walked where you would need to go if there was a problem. So, if there was a problem, first thing, there is no gathering point. You go out into Paris. And where you go is you either go out of these doors, up to the left by the coffee, take a left. That side is all straight out. Now, where you can go through these doors, but I'm going to forewarn you, and we've already checked this and complained, but there are plastic ties on these doors, so you have to give them a good push and break the plastic ties. So you can see that we've been really conscious of your health, safety, and well-being. I'm not going to read all these, but that's very important. When you get the emergency alarm, you would just exit. So that's not going to happen, I'm sure, but if it does, at least you know. Wi-Fi access, hopefully by now you've been here and you've been able to use this, but sure enough, you can get that, and if you need to ask anybody, I'm sure they'll give you a connection. This is the Informa download app. I'm sure you've got that. You had it enough. I've had more emails from Informa than I've had from my wife, so I'm sure that you'll be all familiar. And thank you again to the sponsors of our event, which we're really pleased because that's what allows all this to happen, along with obviously your membership contributions. Topic for this morning, in-home, smart buildings and MDU. And we've got a series of really interesting fireside chats and presentations. This is the agenda this morning, so you can get your heads round a diary and when you can make calls and coffee. We finish at 11:05 after George has moderated. I hand over to George, who moderates the great panel that will sit here talking holistically about the innovation. I'm going to lead you through these sessions, and I will do the introductions in a minute of each. There'll be Oscar from Vodafone, Prasanth from Silicon Labs, and you can see that we will go through a series of really interesting either fireside chats or presentations. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce Oscar. Now, Oscar is responsible for the consumer product services and activities at Vodafone that are very much the heartland of what we do. So been involved in lots of innovation. I can see from Oscar's history that he has worked in a number of leading technology companies, but actually to be, like me in BT, leading one of the largest telco, mobile and wireless technology groups to innovate and help make the future is fantastic. So Oscar, welcome to the stage. We look forward to hearing your presentation.
Thank you, Steve.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. So first, I want to say thanks. Thanks, Diego. Thanks, everyone, for having me here. I have to say that I love this show. In general, super interesting people to meet. And for me, I see the progress that we have been doing in the last 4 years, and it's quite significant. So super excited. So I'm going to start. I'm going to talk about the era of home innovation, because we tend to talk about technologies. We tend to talk about I don't know how to say, with the new Wi-Fi technology, we are bringing quality of service, we are bringing this, but at the end of the day, what is the most important thing? It's the customer. Because at the end of the day, what we want to make happy in this ecosystem is the customer enjoying seamless, beautiful experience. And I'm going to be talking how the customer perception about connectivity in the home has evolved, opportunities and challenges that they got. Of course, open to opinions. This is what we see from Vodafone. So, firstly, I don't need an introduction. Steve, I love you, man. You know, that was a great, cracking introduction, so thank you very much for that. And here is a little bit of the agenda that I got. So, look, first thing that I wanted to share with all of you. In the last few years, what was the key differentiator when you have in the house? Oh, I get 1 gigabit per second. Oh, I get 500 gigabits per second. You have the packages structured due to the speed or something like that. That is wearing out. Particularly, I live in the UK, and now we are very close. They're starting to be deployed, the 2.5 gigabits per second, and very soon we are going to have the full XGS PON. 25 gigabits per second, 50 gigabits per second. I see them in MDUs. I think we are still very, very, very far away from having something significant in residential homes. So speed is important, but it's not the paramount. The paramount is to have a very reliable connectivity with good performance, and Wi-Fi is at the center of it. Okay? And I'm going to elaborate a little bit more on that. We sometimes do the speed test, okay? And we are very happy. My Wi-Fi is able to deliver 1 gigabit per second. I got into the house, 700, 800 into the house, or even more. Is that the right metric? I'm not so sure, because devices need latency. We have a lot of old devices. You cannot get rid of everything that you got in your house, and you need to have the convivence between the old devices and the new ones. So all of this, how we manage it and how we make it work, is super important. Second, we are all used to Android. We are all used to iOS. They are not only an operating system, it's an ecosystem with application. I believe that the house, the home, is an operative system, and the CPE is at the center of it, creating a mesh operating system where we can build capabilities. It's super important. If we have an operating system there, we need to build once, okay, and learn from many. So we cannot be renovating every time we introduce a new gateway. We cannot be spending and integrating things in every new gateway that we get in the house. We need to have a consistent way where, for example, we have a platform running on the CPE that enables all of this independently of the model that you got. The second thing is, I'm a true fan of APIs. APIs are as good as what the lower layers expose to those APIs in terms of capabilities. Call it APIs, call it data model. I think it's super important. I mean, in networks, they have this concept of network as a platform. I think the concept of network as a platform needs to be extended to the home. And we should be able to expose capabilities that we have in the home, being from the smart home point of view, being from the quality service point of view, be it for whatever we want to do. If we do have that experience, then we can create applications. For example, a security solution is an application that benefits from these compound capabilities that are available through the exposure layer. Now, the last one is personalization and convenience. Every home is different. That's a fact. And if we try to impose our vision to our customers, that is not going to work. So versatility, the ability to have very different applications, to develop them fast, to bring them in, and actually giving the customer the chance to check, to download whatever they want as they do in a phone, okay? That is going to be a key difference. It's also a mean to create innovation, because innovation sometimes, I'm not going to quote Steve Jobs. Some are Steve Jobs come, the customer doesn't know what they want, so I'm going to give them something. I'm trying to be on the other camp, which is give the customer choices of many applications, and they will tell you which one is the killer one, okay? And I can tell you that in Vodafone we learned it the very hard way. For example, one of our killer applications is cybersecurity, okay? Customers want the peace of mind that they don't need to worry about connectivity and that parental control is in there to protect their families, okay? But you need to give that choice. You don't need to impose, because every individual, every home is different. So if we go, let's remind ourselves of this, because the presentation is based on this slide, moving on. So first one, this innovation piece, this having this sort of application so that the customer can pick and choose and bring in. There are many of them that we can do, and I'm not being comprehensive of the applications that we are putting, but I'm putting some that have some level of success and track based on our experience and the industry experience. Physical and cybersecurity. Who doesn't want to have a safe home, both from the traditional physical security and cybersecurity? It's fundamental, okay? And the threat is growing, especially on the cybersecurity, as not only considering that that we are going to have the traditional threats, but as we are sharing our data, as we have more applications, as we bring more things into the house, our exposure is big. And we should not only consider security as something that protects us from malware and so on, but security is also our identity. Security is also being sovereign of our privacy. So it's a really extended way of seeing security. Energy, okay? Super important, okay? We want to take control of our energy. I mean, our bills have gone up. We have, all of us, we want to make our world greener and more sustainable for our kids to thrive in. It's something close to the customers. And our technologies, and I will come back to this because it seems I'm talking so high level, our technologies are key to enable that, okay? Identity and personalization. Here is where the networks, in an extended way, sensorial, from the data they can gather, can create this ease for customers that they don't need to re-identify themselves, because actually the network is able to know who is who and giving experiences without the need of having to onboard, authenticate. Personalize. I get into the house. It's me. I'm alone in the house. I want certain things. I want certain lights. I want certain prioritization in my Wi-Fi. I want to make sure that my video calls, I'm working all the time sometimes, my video calls are crisp. Maybe when my kid is coming to the house, it's a completely different experience, because I want to make sure that maybe he doesn't have access to certain content, etc. So I hope I express myself what I mean by identifying and personalizing, okay? Elderly and parental care. I mean, guys, the majority, I said the other day in another panel, the majority of us, we are going to end up in a stage in our life where we are going to be living alone. I hit the wall when my mom, who is living in Spain, I lost my dad, she lost her husband, and she's alone. And circumstances of the life, she's in Spain, I'm here. I want to know she's okay. She's 85 years old. She's not going to answer my calls all the time. She's not going to hear the phone. To have that peace of mind without, how can I say, the aggression of having a camera pointing at her, which I think is quite aggressive, honestly. That's fundamental. The technology is there. I mean, we have sensorial networks. The Wi-Fi connected to our devices can also identify where are you. For example, if my mom hasn't moved by 12 o'clock, by noon, something's not right. She should have had the breakfast. And that is the issue of mine. And I don't need to know every single detail, neither I need to spy on her with a camera. And that's the kind of thing. Same goes to parental care. Who had not the circumstance that you need to leave your kids alone because you have forgotten of buying milk, and they need milk to do, and then you leave them for 5 minutes. You want to know they are okay. And you don't want to have cameras pointing at them. I mean, I don't want to enter, but we all have these thoughts. I mean, like, no. Why when do evolve this experience close to the heart of each of us? Gaming and XR. Look, the other day I was thinking about the L4S, I was thinking about LLD, and I was talking about the QoS APIs that the Wi-Fi 7 is offering. There is a reality. If you want to do XR in a house in the future, as the content consumes more and more bandwidth and requires better and better latency, that's not going to stack up. It cannot be that you are in the middle of a session and then someone starts to do a video call and then it does not work. That is what will happen today. And actually offering these services, and I'm not saying that you own it as a service provider, but you provide the convenience to those who have the innovation to bring it in, is important. This world in which devices automatically request the quality of service in L4S, lovely. I like open ecosystems. The problem is I can tell you that 51% of the devices are already asking for quality of service in L4S. I had a discussion with a very senior leader in Germany, and I said, quality of service is amazing, but if everyone is asking for quality of service, I can tell you, this is like a queue that everyone wants to be in front of the queue. That's chaos. It's not going to work. So there is an important role for us to apply this based on the preferences from the customer. The last one is assistant and automation. I think it's super important that we have the home ecosystem provides this convenience to create some certain level of automation. And I'm going to say the buzzword, AI is going to make a huge difference. AI is as good as the data model and APIs that you expose. So back to my point. Now, what all of this has in common? Connectivity. Wi-Fi at the center, but not only Wi-Fi, Thread, Matter, later on we will talk about this. We are talking about primitives, like the devices being homogeneous and creating a way that they can expose capabilities uniformly, so then they can be used by an orchestrator or an AI. So I think this is really, really important, okay? Then I have to put a slide about what we do. Actually, we are trying to lead by example and not trying to put what is our vision without doing it. We launched this device, we call it Ultra Hub 7. It's running RDKB. I mean, there are many other ecosystems that you can use to run in the CPE, and I'm not in here to defend what is better, what is not, because I use many Purple components as well in the CPE integrated with RDKB. What I would say is that we have created a platform that I can replicate in every gateway that I'm going to put out there. And we are going to have the same services no matter what we are doing for, or the form factor, or the access. In here you see Exponent and DOCSIS, we did too, but I can tell you FWA will be a matter of time that we have it in there. So I think integrating in the device the latest Wi-Fi technology, integrating the latest connectivity, as I said, providing a chip, that actually is providing Matter, ZigBee, etc. Super big opportunity, because at least you have that connectivity, and that allows you to expose the primitives and to use those primitives. Value-add services, super important. There has to be a set of value-add services. I mean, Wi-Fi sensing, I think, is super important for physical security and presence. I think QoS, which is abstracted from the Wi-Fi, is super important because it's the only way that we can provide a good experience to customers where, in a world where they are in control of what they want to prioritize, but also a world where we say, we can do it for you because we know what is best to our network. Customer choice. Always. Network assistant, etc. I think we've done that, and if we go back once, all of this can be iterated on top of this, and that is how we are realizing the vision. So, what are the enablers, the key enablers? Personalized home connectivity. Wi-Fi, sorry, I'm going to say Wi-Fi many times. Key enabler, being in the latest release, being able to exploit not only the connectivity, but all the additional functionality that comes with it, like quality of service. Quality of service, super important. And I'm not only at Wi-Fi level, but end-to-end with the network. Cellular backup. Okay, guys. This is crucial. Losing the other day in Spain, we have a situation where my mom lives, digger went and cut the fiber, okay? Guys, it was a lifesaver to have the backup connectivity. And these two worlds need to merge together, so super important. Device connectivity at the service of our customers. We cannot depend on a technician to come to our house. Technologies like BLE, and I'm saying BLE is one of the technologies, but there are many others, where you have this convenience that everything can be auto-discovered and we can onboard the devices. To have a convenient setup, super important. Matter, we'll talk later. Potential of Matter is huge. We have done a great job to do the connectivity. Okay, we need to go to the next level to be able to expose the capabilities of the devices. But I think it's the best bet we got to create this home ecosystem, particularly in the smart home area. Use case-driven versus smart control. I'm sorry to say, but I don't believe in aggregation ecosystems. Everyone is different. This morning I was talking to one of my colleagues, Ivo, and he was saying, I use smart things from Samsung. I said, I'm using Google. My wife is using Apple because HomeKit. The aggregation ecosystem customer will choose. But that doesn't prevent me as Vodafone to offer a service which is physical security using the information and the capabilities that I have across the board. So that's important. And I think use case driven is the success rather than trying to dominate. And is the way that we will break the Chinese walls. Then industry, home and platforms and standards. Guys, one of the biggest successes in the Ultra Hub, USP. We use an open platform like RDKB. I have talked about L4S, I have talked about LLD, Wi-Fi, Matter. Proprietary technologies lead you nowhere. You cannot scale. So going and being standard allows you to reduce the cost, and then you can offer well-priced services to your customers. And I think people tend to think standards are slow. Standards are the means to create innovation. The innovation happens when the standard is in there, and then you can expose. So super important. Okay. The last but not least, I put this slide. I mean, sometimes to create all of this feels like going to the moon. But can I tell you one thing? In 1969, we managed to land on the moon. And I can tell you one thing. We had computers that they were worse than a 286. Okay? And they managed to do it. So how they did it? I read a book about the engineers that the mission control in Cape Canaveral and in Houston. And basically, they were saying that they took one challenge at a time. When they, for example, ran out of the air filters didn't work in the sky, they sat down in a room and think how they can change the air filters. It's amazing. And I think that's what we need to do. Standardization versus fragmentation. First step, move away from proprietary things, adopt the standardizations. That's a way forward. Second, customer centricity. You cannot be in a situation where you just impose things. The first step is to offer the customer choices and learn from them what they want to get from the home. Convenience and innovation lies on open ecosystems. Okay, Smart home is not a success greatly due to Chinese walls. Okay? That cannot happen. It has to be open, cannot be walled gardens. It has to be all sharing because there is a space for everyone to monetize. Software platform on CPE is crucial. The CPE is at the center of the home, and really is the enabler of all of this. If you have different gateways with different platforms and you want to replicate the services across them, it's an endless story. You need to have a CPE with a strong platform common across all your CPEs. Reliability, super important. Imagine a day without internet. Portugal and Spain had it when they had the cat, and it was not fun. Yes, people go to the street and they meet each other. Sure, it happened. But then 1 hour later or 2 hours later, they were thinking, oh my God, how can I call my kids to know where they are? How am I going to go to the supermarket? Oh, my packet from Amazon, what is going to happen to it? Etc. So I think we just need to have this approach, and I give you some cues of what we need to do. So that's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you very much, guys. And back to you, Steve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oscar. It reminds me of the marketing manager at BT when we were talking about the device in the home, and you say how important it was. And he said to me, because he didn't understand this when the first hubs and the first connectivity Wi-Fi, and he said, I think I've got it. Whereas in the past, we used to go to the fireplace and warm our hands, this is the heart of the home now, the Wi-Fi hub. And I said, you've got it. And without further ado, a good link, talking about firesides, we've now got a fireside chat. And I want to welcome Prasant to the stage. Prasant is a senior engineer at Silicon Labs. Welcome, Prasant. And do have a chair. And I'll sit here, you sit there. Prasant has been right at the forefront of IoT and the linkages to Wi-Fi, low power connectivity, and what can be done with it. And it's great to have a fireside chat talking about what's happening, what's evolving. And Prasant's had a great history working in various tech companies. I see that he was involved in fiber and optical, helping through Tech Mahindra, Lucent, Cisco, etc., and right extending through to the whole wireless ecosystem. So welcome, sir. Delighted. Right, I shall sit here. We're going to have a fireside chat about this wonderful topic. I'll bring it round here so that we can... We're only missing a cup of tea next to the fireplace. This is... So, first thing, Prasant, just to kick us off. Clearly, there's a huge amount of IoT happening, and there's a lot we hear that's on Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
So what's evolved over recent years in Wi-Fi that's allowed this to be really strong and a really capable platform for IoT?
Yeah, let me start the evolution of the Wi-Fi first. In the 1990s, the Wi-Fi kick-started, and in the 1999, the first Wi-Fi alliance has formed, and the first Wi-Fi 4 has been kick-started with that. And in the 2000, a decade later, Wi-Fi 2009, the Wi-Fi 4, between the first, the Wi-Fi Alliance and the Wi-Fi, the 4 technology has been started in 2009. And then the decade later, 2019, Wi-Fi 6 has been introduced. So this is how a decade later evolution and infrastructure has been growing in the Wi-Fi. Accordingly, the IoT systems, which sits at the edge side. So when we say the edge, we see the CPE itself. So beyond the CPE, I would like to slice it down to the edge side, where the consumers IoT devices are accessing the Wi-Fi networks with the ecosystem which are there. So that's how the first I would like to say different sensors already existing in the network, existing in the home setups and etc. Electronic devices, I would say, but those are not connected at that moment. So to connectivity, a basic technology is required. and which enables the have the connectivity like Wi-Fi is the one the technology where it gets well blended with the current existing ecosystem to get it connected. So that's where the Wi-Fi comes into the picture. Yeah, why? I mean, there are other technologies are also there to have that the connectivity IoT part. But however, the Wi-Fi is evolving with the standards, alliances, and etc. And also, it has got the network connectivity capability and the throughput. So these are the various the inputs. I mean, which will enable the devices or the sensor devices which can be IoTized and then gets connected to the Wi-Fi network. That's how the evolution, the things are happening. Now we can see that, I mean, in the Wi-Fi 6 already well adopted. Wi-Fi 4 is slowly, I mean, they're getting slows down, and Wi-Fi 6 is already well adopted. Wi-Fi 7 is in 2024, it's getting adopted with the Wi-Fi 7 technologies. That's how the evolution is starting. At the chipset level, when we say, the one is the consumer devices. For the consumer devices, silicon is an important part where we need to give all the required connectivity and the certified parts to make sure that the IoT devices are well safe enough to connect it, and it well blend with the ecosystem, and it is well associated with the access points and etc. Interoperability and etc. Yes.
Thank you for walking through that. There's two things that stand out for me, actually, that the evolution of the various stages of Wi-Fi through to 7 at the moment. Number one, you can connect more devices.
Yes.
Number two, you can go further in range within the home.
Yes. Yeah.
Those two things for IoT, I assume, because of the ability to put more devices. We know IoT is a huge amount of devices now. And the fact that I take my own security in a room that's far away, you need to connect if IoT is going to work, so the range is really important.
Yes.
I'm going to go on to the important thing about the growth of IoT and which use cases that you see in your experience now are really starting to take off. What's the strong use cases in the home and in the environment that we live in that's driving it?
In the use cases, I mean, we can see the first thing is the smart homes, the home networking, the IoT devices. When we say the first, I mean, the door locks, the doorbells, the fans, and the televisions, and the entertainment and infotainment. So these things in the home environment which are getting IoTized. As of now, I mean, previously it was just a plain standalone, the equipments were there. Now it is getting connected. And the next thing is getting the smart enough. So this is how the changes are happening in the smart home technology. In case of industries also, the IIoT, I mean, industrial IoT things are coming up, which is the smart manufacturing and the predictive analysis and other things are coming up at the industrial area as well.
And is that IoT to manage machinery? Is it connectivity and being able to monitor how they're performing? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, it's connected in the production way, the industrial IoT.
Right.
That's how the technology evolving at the industry side, and the home and life related. The home, the life related is the wearables are coming up with the Wi-Fi technologies, and the smart homes and like the buildings. Are getting, in the commercial segment, all the buildings are getting, the IoTized. So in that way, almost all the devices which are required for the normal day-to-day life is getting the intelligent way and the connected way. Everything is connected, controlled.
So tell me what the smart things are that are making it smart. Is it security? Is it turn the lights on and off? Is it, what is it that you see that people are saying that's what I need some technology to do?
Yeah, one is, the connectivity. Okay, that's not enough. Now the connectivity, more than the connectivity, becoming the smart. Why we are saying smart is, it has a capability to decide and make the decision out of it. let's say based on the analysis of the models, I mean, it will get adopted and it makes operations on that own. When we say the AI and ML at the edge side, what we are doing is, I mean, we are having the intelligence at the IoT side. I mean, basically TensorFlow things which will be, we make a model and we take the inferences and get included into the IoT devices, then it becomes a smart. I mean, it will have the models to analyze and make the study out of it and run out of that, and becomes a smart.
Okay.
So maybe when the person is coming, usually the patterns are the important things while learning the devices. When the person is coming, it will make the turn off and on light or the garage opening. So these are the things, I mean, which will make the devices the intelligent. And the silicon vendors, as a silicon vendor from the Silicon Labs, we are making the chipsets, Wi-Fi, the chipsets, which will have the Wi-Fi plus BLE, along with, I mean, the standard specs like Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 4, and the different interoperably certified products. With that, and also we will have a special processor, co-processor to handle the Matter protocol and the making sure that, I mean, the extra processor required and the processing things required, that will be taken care at the chipset level. So that's how these chipset vendors are playing an important role to make that IoT the connected in the secured way and other things.
So the smart bit is not just that you've got these devices that can sense on their own,
Yeah.
but they interwork with software.
Yes.
That it can make its own decisions.
Yes.
Temperature's high. Should I do this? Do I flag things? Yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, hardware, I mean, the chipsets, when we say it is not only in hardware, it has got, I mean, there's so much of softwares involved in that. The software for maintaining the physical layer, the interfaces level, to manage them in the interfaces at the 2.4 gigahertz and the 5 gigahertz of the different physical layers which will be there. And on top of it, the MAC layer, to handle the different technologies and the specifications defined by the specific things. On top of it, the network stacks and the protocols, applications that will be running on the chipsets.
And is this done, this intelligence, is it done in the cloud? How much of it is done in the home, in the devices? And how much is done in the cloud?
Okay, so first thing is, I mean, the first making the running the models, creating the model and take the inferences and adopt to the edge side. Because it's embedded system, it will have the small footprint. The footprint is very small and it will have a low processing power and the low memories as well.
Right.
To run the live models on the embedded side, it will not be an easy task. It needs a high the processing power and the memories. So in that way, we take the inferences and it will run, it will be integrated into the edge side IoT devices, and it will have a loopback mechanism. So the main model is running in the cloud or the different places where the
Right.
CPU
But
resources
some
are
intelligence
there.
in the home.
Yeah. They take the inferences and implement on the edge side.
it.
Yeah, that's
Got
how the things works.
Right, I have a big question. Being uneducated on some of this level of deep technology, you mentioned the word matter, and I heard that it was mentioned previously in the presentation.
Yeah.
So I said to you the other day on the phone, what's the matter? Because I thought it was quite humorous. And can you explain, for those who don't know, like I did, what is matter?
Yeah. So it's a good, interesting question, and the current latest topic or the technology which are happening in the at least Wi-Fi industry. Basically, just to give the heads up on the matter, it started with the alliances of the Google, Apple, Amazon, and Samsung,
Right.
and Zigbee alliances. These the players came together and formed a alliances. Now it is called a Connected Alliances, Connected Standards Alliance (CSA). So these CSA takes care of the making this matter specification and the protocol definition. So as a Silicon Labs, I'm from Silicon Labs, is also part of the promoter and the member in the CSA, because we have a products chipsets related to the Wi-Fi thread. And so where we can provide the inputs and the requirements and make the specification better. So in a way, matter.
So is it a standard or is it a protocol that's called matter? It's just a title
Yeah,
for
it's
this
a specification.
platform technology?
Yeah, it's a platform technology. It has a specification defined by that one, and it started in 2001, and so 2021. And now the CSA started 21, and the 2025 it has got around more than 10K devices are Matter certified.
And it's specifically for IoT?
Specifically for IoT.
So it's,
it runs on the Wi-Fi, Thread, and the Ethernet. These are the three file layers supported from the Matter.
So it's a software protocol with
Yes,
standards
application
set
level.
around it,
Yes.
running in Wi-Fi
Yeah.
to allow IoT to work better.
Yes, it not only the Wi-Fi, it also on the Thread, it also on the Ethernet. So majorly, I mean, the most of the implementation integration is happening at the Wi-Fi side, and it requires IPv6
Perfect.
and the MDNS as the protocol stack to run this Matter. And as I said, I mean, the more than 10K devices are already Matter certified. Like Wi-Fi alliances, there will be a logo for the Matter where we can identify that Matter is certified. So which will enable interoperable, easy connected, etc. Earlier, I mean, we can see Apple HomeKit, the Google Home, and the Samsung SmartThings. Everybody is maintaining their own way to manage their devices. So it was becoming cumbersome to operate and make, I mean, the use of it. As an end user, we can say that, I mean, the multiple devices are in those, maybe, I mean, the Samsung TVs and the Apple phones, Apple other devices, and Google stuffs. There are multiple things. It is very not easy to operate or control.
So
now with the Matter,
if they've all implemented Matter, you can manage different devices for different functions from one place.
One place, yes.
Perfect.
That's how, I mean, it makes the life
Good.
simpler. It is based on the, I mean, the consumer experiences.
Perfect.
It has been taken care. So that's how the evolution is happening. So initially there was a BLE as the mandatory requirement for the commissioning. Now with the 1.4.2 is the latest spec for the Matter. They removed the mandatory feature as a BLE because not Wi-Fi, not all the Wi-Fi, the silicons or the products will have the Wi-Fi as a subsidiary only for the commissioning. Yes, if there is a different applications for the BLE, that's possible. But in general, the chipsets which are coming up from the Silicon Labs, we can say Wi-Fi BLE is the common the protocols supported. Along with, I mean, the next generation, we can see that Apple and other things are started to support the Thread as well. Wi-Fi, BLE, Thread. I mean, the next generation chipsets, we will have these kind of the sets of the protocol supported in the chipsets, and the same thing applicable for the IoT devices.
Prasant, thank you for explaining that. Thank you for joining me on the stage and talking about all these exciting things that are either happening or coming. And I won't need to talk to you and ask you what's the matter anymore. So thank you, and I hope it's helped everybody else.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So I hope you found that helpful. I hope it wasn't just educating me on the stage. So I appreciate your time, Prasant, for taking us through that. So our next speaker is, just move to my schedule, is Gurajan. I hope I've pronounced that right, Gurajan, to talk to us very much about what he's been doing in management and his platform, which he's announced this week, I understand.
Yes.
Gurajan is founder and he's leader at Apricon. Yeah. And without any further ado, tell us what's happening in your new platform.
So we have launched a new platform called Ivera. So we believe that it is going to change the way how operators are going to take decisions. It's something we believe it is going to disrupt the way the network operators are going to operate the networks the way forward. I'd like to start with a small video introduction, then probably I can walk you through the deck. I think the video is self-explanatory. I think you might have got a basic idea of what we are launching. So we are launching an LLM-based text interface through which ISPs can ask any questions, and then they can take faster decisions. Today, in the world of LLMs and Google, an intelligent and smart person is not the one who has the information and answers. It is the guy who asks the right questions and takes faster decisions. So for ISPs and network operators, we believe the same. For them to compete in this fierce competitive markets, they need a way to take faster decisions. And if you see, for an ISP, it's a very simple question like, how is my churn post a plan change, which I have done 3 months back? So get an answer to this, whether I should continue with this plan or whether the churn has really reduced or not. The ISPs or the operators has to work across various teams. They have to look at the data which is available in silos between these teams. The network, they have to get the information from the network operation team to see what kind of issues they are facing in the last 3 months. They have to work with the field teams to understand when they started deploying, how many they have deployed in the last 3 months, whether there is a plan change which was done within these 3 months or it was done before that. So all this data has to be collaborated. All these teams has to generate individual reports. They have to collaborate. And by the time they come to the answer whether they should continue with the plan, it's going to be sometimes days or sometimes weeks to take in decisions. So the slower they take the decisions, that's going to impact their business. So we thought of creating a simple interface where we actually combine all these complex silos of data into a simple interface through which we can actually query the information within few seconds or few minutes. So today, if you see this, typical NOC in an operator, they look across various statistical visual dashboards. They have to understand that you need experts who can understand this data, and then they have to correlate, and then they have to figure out what's really happening in the network. A simple question is how well my network is working today. They have to go through all these various silos of data. So what we did is we created a simple LLM-based interface. We call it as IVERA, which actually takes all these silos of data through a data lake. So we created a data lake where we actually take the data from the CRMs, we take the data from the OSS, BSS layers, and then we combine into one single data lake. The challenge is not about converting, bringing into a data lake. The major challenge is all these data are of different formats and different schemas. So once we actually bring into a data lake, the data lake still is the raw data. Feeding a raw data to LLM is going to be very expensive. It's not a scalable model. So what we did was, from there, we created a contextual data, what we call it as a data catalog. That's where our expertise in this field comes in. We've been working with these operators for quite time, and we know these data are fragmented, and some places they are fractured, some of the data might be missing, so we know how to actually process this raw data into something more contextual. And this contextual data is fed into an LLM model through LLM tools which we have developed, which can actually have an ability to reason, and it also has an ability to infer and correlate that. So with this, we can actually create unify all the data, and we have a learning engine which can actually analyze the data. So if you ask the same question now to IVERA, like what is my churn post my plan chain, IVERA is going to give you a response. And probably a response with text alone is not enough. So we need to have some kind of visualization. So we have actually integrated GenAI with IVERA. So the GenAI model generates graphs dynamically for you to understand. So it's going to show you when there is a churn happening. It's going to show how the churn has happened, across what areas it has happened. And then probably the reasoning model will come into picture. And then it's also going to give you what is the reason behind this churn, right? It's also going to analyze the reasons behind the churn, and it is going to help you to take a decision whether to continue with the plan or not. The other big challenge when you have all the data in one place comes in data governance. So there are multiple stakeholders in network operators where there are CEOs, CTOs, CMOs who actually look into the data, but we don't want a support guy to look into how the revenues are happening over the period of time. So based on the person who is logging in, based on the person who is actually interacting with the data, we actually manage the data in a format that so he has only access to what data which is being authorized for him. So a support guy cannot look into a revenue stream of data, whereas a CEO or a CMO can look into marketing data. So IRA, we truly feel, is an interactive assistant. It is clearly is going to provide customized and actionable insights, which is going to change your complex queries, which can be answered with a single text box. Depending on the persona, it's going to give you answers, both in terms of visual dynamic graphs and also in terms of reasons. It also reasons the data and then provides you predictive analysis on top of the data. These are some of the examples how IRA can be used by various stakeholders within the network operators, how a CMO can actually look into the data. CMO can ask very simple question like, how is my market performing? And NOC guy could ask a question like, how is my network? And CTO is going to ask what I have to do to improve my networks. So there are these questions which makes the way they govern the networks. And we believe that with these questions are something which is always there with the network operators today, and they are working across teams to find answers for this, which is now going to be available at their fingertips with a click of a button. And this is going to help them to take faster decisions, and it is going to change the way the networks operate in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Gurujan. I think it'd be good to involve yourselves rather than me just ask questions, although I have a couple of questions. Are there any questions for Gurujan about the platform and the AI involvement in being able to manage your platform? You can tell it's relatively early in the morning. Any questions? Nope. Let me just pick up on a couple of...
So I think they want to ask the questions to Ivra, not to me, probably.
It's early in the morning. It's usually, when's the coffee break? I need a shot.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't run an LLM model, so yeah, it's okay that you guys are not asking me questions.
So let's just say, what's your rollout plan? I mean, is this now? Is it happening over the next year?
So we have been working on this for the last, from the start of this year, and we have doing some few POCs with the customers, friendly customers whom we are working with already. Our plan is to launch this globally, across globally in the next 2 quarters.
Lovely. I love the word, actually. I remember saying to my product manager, they said friendly customers. I said, does that mean everybody else isn't friendly? What do they do? But no, I know what you mean. People who really are embracing it and enthusiastic about doing it. So, okay. So the second one, what do you think has changed in customer demand that makes this even more important now? Why wasn't this
for
something?
ISPs, I see there are 3 major challenges. One is customers are not tolerant. The customer tolerance has come down. They want quick and fast decisions. 2 is changing technology. Technology is changing fast. We are moving from Wi-Fi 6 to Wi-Fi 7. Mesh is penetrating. And then you have a fierce competition. So with these 3, the ISPs has to take faster decisions. They need to know when to change the technology. They need to respond to the customers faster. They need to understand why people are churning out from there to other competitors. So faster decision is what will make these operators to survive and then move forward with their with the market, which is already challenging with ARPU. You need tools to take fast decision. And that way, we see this IRA is going to be a game changer.
Very good. And last question. In terms of what you're seeing already with the friendly customer, what data are they asking?
So
first
one
to be able
challenge
to use?
with IRA is we are actually going to work across various data sources, right, within an organization. So we need some kind of access to the data. So the immediate access we can get is the customers who believe in us. We have given the solutions to them. So we start with those customers so that we get the data and we create those value chain. And probably if that is something which they can also help us to provide feedbacks on how the system is working for them. And then that is the baseline we use to build the system altogether. Those are the friendly customers I'm talking about.
Fantastic. Gurjan, we wish you well with your platform. I'm sure it'll be a huge success.
Sure.
And thank you for coming and sharing it with everybody. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you.
Thank
Nice
you.
talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we're going back to the fireplace now. And I'd like to welcome to the stage Metin, who a number of you have already seen and spoken to at the conference. And I'd like to invite Christian up to the stage as well. And you will know Christian, I'm sure, Managing Director of Heights Telecom. And you will know Metin at Airties. Both really active in our industry, both really pushing with their companies to the forefront. You're going to tell me one of them's not here.
We are trying to track Metin down at the moment, so
Okay.
why do you, Christian,
Christian and I will be able to explore the topic. We'll choose another topic. What do we want to talk about while we're waiting for Metin?
Can, if you want.
Do have a chair.
Thank you. Where are you sitting here? Perhaps I sit
I'll
here.
sit here. I'll let Metin sit on the end when he arrives.
Right. There you go.
So, yeah, it's such an exciting time. I manage a fibre company in the UK as a chairman. And in that, one of the biggest issues that I've got, and I keep reminding the management, is for everybody who churns, this is a massive issue because that means the sales team got to work even harder. And I know that's a topic that we're going to explore. So I'm very familiar with the sort of things that you and Metin are heavily involved in and are very keen to learn even more, as I'm sure everybody else will. So let me just pick up on a question. Any hard ones, just say Metin knows about it, all right? And I'll turn to Metin when he comes. Let me kick off with the first topic. So, with the continued growth and demand for fantastic internet, everybody puts a banner up, as we'd heard earlier about 1 gig, 2 gig, 2.5 gig. But in the home, there are key challenges that we're facing today, and perhaps you could explain how what you're doing is working with those challenges that you're seeing from the fact that there's so much more, as we'd heard just now, happening in the home.
Yeah, no, that makes sense, and thank you. Just to give a little bit of background, what we do is we manufacture home gateways and Wi-Fi extenders, and we actually do containerized software. Why? Because it's to address one of the things that you just highlighted. I think that the challenge that we all face, and we're seeing this in the UK with all the altnets, we do have a lot of altnets in the UK now, it's how do you differentiate? Because you win customers on price, and this is pretty much the industry theme. I give you more bandwidth, and it's cheaper. I don't know if it's the right approach, but it is what it is. But you keep customers on quality, and that means that, in my opinion, what we need to do as an industry is try to evolve from just providing the fiber to the home and a simple router, and be able to have a better understanding what's happening inside the household. Mainly because the cost of operations is very, very high. When you actually have a customer that calls you, you need to have bigger support teams, the NOC, and even worse, if the customer churns, you actually lost all that investment. I don't know, clearly you're driving a business in the UK, and I talk to a lot of investment people and CEOs in different places, especially tier 2s and tier 3s. And the fact of losing a customer could be really painful because you normally need 12 to 24 months to start recouping the investment that you made on getting that customer. So all around having an advanced Wi-Fi management solution, and our friends from Apricom who just presented, I think it's clear in that space as well.
It's quite interesting just talking to my own experiences that it's so much money, for those who haven't been involved in, so much money to actually get a customer. And we'll talk in a second about those that are tier 2 and 3 versus tier 1. Actually, the amount of marketing, the amount of incentives, because you only pick up customers when somebody's churning quite often.
Yeah.
So you're wanting to catch them when they're moving from the previous contract that they've got. That is a really difficult challenge. Can you touch on what you're seeing between tier 2, tier 3 and tier 1 and why it's different?
Sure. The tier ones, I think they got this, this wagon a while back. So if you go and look at, since you're coming from the UK, but you look at the BTs and the Virgins, they all went for an approach where they introduce a software layer, which is either RDKB or Purple, that allows the integration of third-party applications more easily, let's say. In the case of the tier 2s and tier 3s, that they need to compete with the tier 1s and they need to innovate and they need to be better, in my opinion, it's important that we as an industry give the tools and we share, what we are seeing. So from our perspective, I'm the co-founder of Heights Telecom based in Switzerland. What we try to do is to bring that platform. At the end of the day, the gateway is the last device that the CSP controls in the household. So that device has to be powerful enough and it has to have the right software layer to be able to integrate third-party applications. And typical one that we are observing, which is very popular nowadays, is the advanced Wi-Fi management, which is being able to understand what is going on in the home, but not by human beings. It's mainly a computer behind that, perhaps in the cloud, that it's assessing that if someone, let's say, what is the kind of traffic that is going through that network, and if it's bad, preempt, and try to fix the problem.
Yeah, it's quite interesting because my tier 2 experience was being a founder of Sunrise in Switzerland.
Yeah.
And that was very different from my chief of product services at BT, where you had a momentum, you had loyalty, which is fantastic, but actually to win customers from a Swisscom in Switzerland, from BT, is not easy. So this sort of tier 2 innovation is extremely important, as well as for the tier 1s to continue to keep ahead.
Of course.
So no, it's extremely important. So we talked about IoT, obviously brings in the topic of OTT players and what's happening. So how is this affecting the operator's business and in relation to what you're doing? How do you help them with that management of so many applications and services all happening at once?
Yeah. I think the industry is at the infancy because we talk about this, but when we actually go and look at real deployments, I think CSPs are still very concerned about making sure that they are cash flow positive, that they can run the business. So the way we are trying to address, Metin is coming here now, but the way we are trying to address is by giving... Hi, Metin.
Sorry for being late, get
No problem.
stuck somewhere.
But, the way we are addressing, and, just to connect, so I'll let you as well to make some comments, Metin, here, is bringing that platform that is container-based, which means that you don't need to have a monolithic software running in every home. That means that innovation can happen more quickly. You can actually, as a CSP, you can have that infrastructure, and then should you decide, for example, from AirTies to have an advanced Wi-Fi management solution that gives you more insights into the home, you can easily deploy that software into that gateway without really affecting the whole infrastructure or the whole state that you might have.
Yeah. We were talking, Metin. By the way, I did say any hard questions, you can say Metin knows about that.
We're waiting for you.
All right, good. Christian took the easy ones, right?
That's what I said. I said, we'll just keep the hard ones, and when you come... No, I'm joking.
That's what happens when you're late to the
I'm
examination.
joking. English humor. So we're talking about over-the-top players. IoT, we had presentation earlier, and that's what Christian was talking about. Have you got any extra perspectives on the challenges that's being faced and what, obviously, the work you're doing to manage more environment, the services that are happening in the home, and make sure that it's not just all about a connection?
Yeah. I think just a connection is sounds simple, but it's not that simple. So I think that part is really the backbone of everything, including IoT. When you look at IoT today, I mean, we have the low-power versions of it, from LoRaWAN to ZigBee, those kind of lower-level protocols. But when you look at IoT devices, most of them are connected over Wi-Fi. Regular Wi-Fi, not the Halo or not low-power versions of Wi-Fi. We also had this promise in Wi-Fi 6 that the battery-operated Wi-Fi devices with the help of TWA and all that. But regular Wi-Fi, normal Wi-Fi, tons of devices connected, not our phones or tablets, things like barbecues, or I have a lawnmower robot that's connected to Wi-Fi, or cameras, a lot of things. I think I saw statistics somewhere more than 95% is Wi-Fi IoT.
Yeah.
So all they want is the Wi-Fi to work so that they stay connected. That's a big challenge, to keep those devices stay connected. Because they tend to disconnect and stay like that. We have seen many, many devices that disappear from the network for unknown reasons.
Yeah.
I think for IoT success, and IoT become, I was talking to an analyst yesterday. She is really investigating, researching how this IoT business is evolving, especially from ISP perspective. But it seems like IoT business is become over the top. Really, depending on the application, it has its own environment, own mobile application, devices, and it works. But they all need connection.
Yeah.
And Wi-Fi is really the biggest contributor to that. And Wi-Fi, unfortunately, is not 100% performing in that area.
Yeah.
It's not Wi-Fi's fault, I would say. It's not the network's fault in general. Devices have many different manufacturers, many different software versions, not as advanced as the devices we know, like phones or other, let's say, computer-based devices. They are less capable, less sophisticated, and they tend to have errors in their software. And those errors get exploited, especially when you get a Wi-Fi technology change.
It's quite interesting, actually.
Yeah.
I explained earlier that I manage a fiber company in the UK as a chairman. And it's interesting that our industry, particularly service providers, our marketing doesn't match necessarily the perception of customers about their service.
Yeah.
Which was your point earlier. It's, well, you can have 1 gig. Of course, everybody wants more throughput. They see 1 gig is going to be better than half a gig, better than 100 meg. But my daughter answered this to me the other day because she said to me, Wi-Fi is too expensive. And I thought, how can your Wi-Fi be too expensive?
Yeah.
You need your broadband. But no, her head is Wi-Fi, which is your point.
Yeah.
And therefore, I see we have a marketing challenge in the service provider community about what is it that's really relevant. And we have a challenge, which I know from having been a service provider, of the fact that we give away, with broadband, the router.
Yeah.
And thereby lies a challenge, because that means the cost to provide, if you want to innovate and spend even more and spend on it, you keep within bounds, because the marketeers and the salespeople will say you can only spend so much. And so where we are now is, how do you think we can turn that around? How do you think what would you do as a marketing message to try and shift from bandwidth to these things? Is it to explain it in a richer way? How do we do that?
Yeah, I think consumers, they were going after speed in the past. Speed was the #1 marketing message and also what consumers were looking for. But I think these days, people start realizing speed is less important, stability is more important. Peace of mind. Peace of mind is when you have your network installed, You just don't want to remember that you have a Wi-Fi network. It should just work. It should never disturb the usage. We call it smooth, smart connectivity. That's
So keep profiling,
yeah,
always connected,
always connected. Yeah.
a good high-quality service. Yeah.
I mean, imagine I was looking at, I have a summer house and I have a connected lawnmower there. And there is no one there, so I go 2-3 months later, so the grass has to be cut. And this device is working very well, but it is Wi-Fi connected, and I can check anytime if it is still working or if it got stuck somewhere. Is it charged and everything, just time to time, I need to check it.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago, it tells me that it's not connected to Wi-Fi. So I don't know what it is doing anymore. I don't know why it is not connected to Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is still running. I see the other devices connected, but this one is not connected. It probably has Wi-Fi 5 on it.
Right.
The network is Wi-Fi 6. Maybe we did an update, and somehow this device cannot recognize the access point anymore. I told my neighbor to go check if it is still there. He said it's still there, it's still running, but it's not connected. So how do you solve this problem? It's probably that device that has a fault in it, that it cannot recognize the beacon or it cannot recognize the probe response. Something is wrong. When it was certified, that device is Wi-Fi certified. When it was certified, I don't know how many years ago, maybe 2-3 years ago it was certified, it's Wi-Fi 5. There was no Wi-Fi 7 or Wi-Fi 8 at that time. So what do you think will happen with devices like that when you enable Wi-Fi 7? We have seen in Wi-Fi 6, we have seen this already.
Backward compatibility, there's a gap.
It should be compatible. It is, but in theory, everything that Wi-Fi brings new is backward compatible.
It should be, yeah.
It has to be to get Wi-Fi certification.
Yeah.
But the devices that are out there that was never tested with the new technology, they have bugs. They they never tested.
And they may not have the money to invest in upgrading to the new.
They wouldn't upgrade.
Right.
Even if they upgrade the software, they wouldn't upgrade
good.
the Wi-Fi module. So they never get recertified, by the way.
No.
They will stay with their older one. So I think there is this smoothness problem in this network technology. We have to put smarter software on them to recognize those devices and adapt the network to the device.
So much more intelligent at that end. Yeah.
So it's not straightforward. It's very difficult.
Christian, let me come to you with a further question. How can operators grow their customer base while keeping the current customers happy? Because that's always a challenge.
Yeah. We try to fight for our business like you try to fight for your business, which is the end user. And I always say to the team, it's we sell on price, but we keep our customers based on quality. So my view, and perhaps what I could share with you, those CSPs that has been successful are those ones that are able to have advanced systems in the network, that reduce the operational costs. Because having customers, is good to have a new customer, and it's great, to claim those numbers towards the investors. But then if they churn, that is really bad news, because the big investment being done at the front, probably you will not recover that amount of money. So my advice to the audience will be, and especially because I'm coming from the CPE side, don't go for the cheap solution, go for what is price sensitive. Obviously, there are margins that you need to play with, but start looking for gateways that allows you to have containerized software, allows you to have solutions like AirTies, and there will be more to come. We talk about IoT, and I concur with you, Metin, but I think there is an opportunity as well for ARPU generation in the future, which is something that operators are not there yet. People are really fighting for the basics, but at some point, as an operator, we need to start to think, I cannot just keep eroding my margins and selling based on throughput and price. Yeah. I will need to be able to offer some more services. And IoT could well be, every year we talk about IoT and never takes off. But at some point, I think that the gateway, being a Trojan horse in the house, could become a hub to connect multiple devices with different technologies. So
This is an interesting point, because I had that problem many, many years ago, trying to work out how as an operator do I keep the price of my hub at a reasonable level because I'm giving it away, yet add extra services.
yeah.
So have you thought of modularization?
Yeah.
Because the only way I could work it out was that you offered to the market, which you see in all sorts of industries, do you want to enhance your current product? So does that happen to do what you're talking about? Maybe even with software, that you get the next release of software, but you need to pay a little bit more money.
We are seeing it now. We are starting to see, and especially in the altnets where you are coming from, where certain operators are starting to realize I need to offer something more so I can differentiate from my competition. Especially the competition is, is the tier ones in the UK. But how do you differentiate? So having that infrastructure, which is containers, and that means that then they can have a conversation with Metin and say, Metin, up until now, I have only had my gateway and maybe a simple, easy mesh with an app. But it would be possible for me to optimize. I get a lot of calls, 500 calls a month. It costs me a lot of money. Perhaps with your software, we can actually reduce the number of calls so I can be, better and operate better my business. So being able to load that software easily from the cloud, so you don't need to send someone to do a software upgrade or to replace a gateway is key. So there are, we are seeing this change and evolution as we speak now.
So you've got two sides to that. It could either be a software upload to enhance the service that may save money for the operator in its service costs, or it could be an enhancement that gives extra feature set that you could charge more for. I'm really keen on, so what can somebody charge more for? Have you seen both, or is it normally to save money and just give a better experience for the operator?
I've seen both. Mainly, perhaps the way I've seen it is they have different tariffs. So they have a basic tariff, but then they have a more maybe £2-3 more, where you get cybersecurity, parental control, these kind of applications that some people say, yeah, I would be happy to pay a little bit of money to actually make sure that my house is protected. And, so yes, we are starting to say, not yet as an add-ons, but as, two tiers service, so.
And physical add-ons, are there any bolt-ons that are physical?
In our case, no, because we believe that from a hardware perspective, it's better to keep it simple, and technology evolves so quickly that the preference is to really focus on software as much as we possibly can.
Yeah,
so,
understandable.
Yeah.
Metin, let me turn to you with coming up towards the last questions. MDUs, I know that you're heavily involved in MDUs. Give me some, and give the audience some perspectives on. So what's different about MDUs? And Christian, you can add to this as well.
Yeah.
Just tell us about MDUs. And
the number one thing in MDUs is you have your private home, apartment, or a home in a complex. That's yours, just like any other home or any other apartment. But besides that, you have common areas that you're a shareholder of. Right? When you own an MDU unit, you also own part of the common areas. That means you're going to also live there. Part of your life is going around the other areas, gym, like cafe or gardens. And today, everybody wants connectivity in everywhere they live.
yes,
Right?
not just in their space.
Not in that, only in that space. So there is a value possibility in MDU for service providers, especially. Not every country allows it, but many countries allow that. The service provider goes and contracts an MDU management to provide the broadband to everyone in that close neighborhood. But that, management has many options. That they can talk to any service provider and they can negotiate based on price, the lowest price possible. But at the same time, the MDU management also responsible for the satisfaction of the tenants, basically, or people who own their units. So whichever service provider brings a better service also has a better chance of signing the contract or maybe even getting some premium on the price. And this better service, the opportunity is in making a seamless, connected MDU space.
Right. Between
private,
common space
And the private
own
space. Exactly.
And making sure you're secure in your own space.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
And one of the newest needs is the garage. Wi-Fi in the garage. If you own a smart car, it wants to connect to Wi-Fi to update.
So it's not the man cave then, which is what most people would have said.
It was like that,
I
but
joke,
not
I
anymore.
joke.
Now you have your cars who are there and
That
wants
is
to
the
be
man
connected.
cave. Yeah.
Imagine that your car, I mean, I have a Tesla. The best thing Tesla does, my wife loves it, is like I can heat it or cool it before I go and
All right.
get in the car.
Human need,
Yeah.
need.
And you can't do that if it is not connected.
No, of course. Christian, is there anything you want to say at the end on MDUs?
On MDUs, we actually have, it depends market by market. In our case, at Heights, we have deployed several MDUs, especially in North America, where it seems to be popular. Where
America is very big at that.
Yes, very popular on that. I think that, I don't know if there is in the audience interest on MDUs, but I think that there is a big opportunity because, as you rightly said, there are requirements to have different access ways. So, for example, if you have your apartment, you want to have your own network where you have your own passwords, let's say, but in the pool area or swimming pool area, you might actually want to have the ability to have a different network which has different security and also access to different kind of services. So there is software behind that needs to run, and we're definitely in that space. We provide, as I said before, the equipment and the infrastructure layer, the platform to actually bring on top of that MDU software.
Well, central London is full of MDUs.
Yes.
And there's huge demand.
But
for
some
what
countries
you've
do not
described.
allow this collective broadband connections.
They don't.
Broadband
Then
contracts.
it becomes a challenge for
Then
the
it's not
providers.
possible that it's just like any other place, but that's very rare. I think Germany made that change, but UK, US, Nordic countries.
Yeah, big
that's the
market,
best. Big
very
markets.
big market.
And
So,
differentiated service is the key there to be able to contract MDUs faster way.
And you don't want to lose, if you lose an MDU, you lose a lot of customers.
Oh, yeah.
So without any further ado, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you,
you so
Christian.
much.
Thank you,
very
Metin.
much, Steve.
Pleasure to see you on the stage.
Pleasure to see you too.
Thank you.
This is your phone.
Yes, thank you, Matt.
So that's it. We are now handing over to George Hecht, who will lead us through the next panel. And I will pass to George coming in here. Thank you very much for joining me in the first part of the session. George is going to be even more exciting, so good luck, George. Buttons are there.
Well, we'll work our way through it. So anyway, I'm George Heckman. I'm the founding principal of Heckman Venture Development, and we collaborate with a number of professional service providers to the consumer electronics and connectivity industries, primarily in North America. I also got into this because I was the titular leader of the WBA's centralized MDU connectivity strategies working group, which is the first time I think the WBA really approached that, and we just now published for Member Vision a comprehensive white paper on the kind of the state of the art and the table stakes of everything that goes on in MDU connectivity. I'm going to disagree with Metin a little bit. At MDU in particular, you have a whole variety of technologies and protocols that get colliding together for different uses. Beyond just the tenant experience, you have the property manager and contractor and maintenance crew experiences, things that are, you might say, are more of an enterprise or industrial issue. So you may end up with multiple networks, multiple protocols, multiple admins, multiple stakeholders. Oh yeah, and there's tenants in there too. So we'll talk a little bit about that in the course of this discussion. But I'd like to lead off, I'm going to point to you, Oscar, playing off of the speech that you gave earlier, is the hard truths that exist today beyond the vision of the future that you might have around fragmentation and around the reality in the industry right now, to kind of level set things for where we are today.
Yeah, I mean, as we have said, we are coming, particularly in the smart home arena, we are coming from a paradigm in which we had very strong ecosystems. I don't want to give names. We all can think of what the big hyperscalers controlling that ecosystem are. The reality is, again, customer first. I really like the presentation from Christian. Like, we need to be very clear on the value we give to customers and package it in a way. So if we think about it, as a customer, I need to have 4 different applications to control different systems. The integration between the systems is existing in some cases, inexistent in other cases. Then I may buy one item thinking that it's going to be plugged into my ecosystem, and then I have it in there separated because it doesn't work. And I think that this has been prevalent in the last, let's say, 5 years. I think Matter was a great opportunity, and is still a great opportunity, to open that ecosystem. I have doubts about the commitment of everyone which is working in Matter to this open ecosystem. And as I expressed before, an open ecosystem is an entity in which the capabilities are exposed with the owner of those capabilities, which ultimately is the customer, being in control of what is exposed. For example, I want to expose my heating system. I want to expose my light system. I want to use the Wi-Fi to sense. I want to use the Wi-Fi to know what devices are connected. If these primitives are exposed, then there is a healthy ecosystem in which many companies can create end-to-end services. For example, security. And it's not I own the home and you need to come here for you guys, customers, to be able to connect to your own devices. And I think the more we go there, and I think the fragmentation is there, and just I finish. For example, the concept of fabric, okay? The concept of fabric in Matter. Great. I think more can be done to have a very transparent experience, to associate one device to several fabrics, and therefore being used for different use cases with a consent system. Another example, it's great that we expose capabilities through Matter. But guys, if for a thermostat, the only thing I can do is to switch it on and switch it off, it defeats the purpose, because at the end of the day, I need to go to the world ecosystem, okay, of the application to get that capability. So I'm not criticizing that Matter is not going to solve that problem. It's taking time, and I think we need to advance for the community of our customers.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. One theme that kind of has lurked behind many of your presentations is the phenomenon of what I've called the transition towards the mother of all gateways, where you have, as that central orchestration point, the ability to, sell various microservices to subscribers. Bob, we're going to have you talk about that in a little bit. But also just to orchestrate this melange of protocols that are out there, where you're going to have, more radios in there, more protocols in there. Right now, it's, frankly, in my opinion, it's a rat's nest, particularly in the MDU market, where you have all of these different stakeholders and different approaches to different solutions. Prashanth, your company's kind of in the middle of that in terms of, kind of orchestrating that, where Matter is basically another containerized solution in the little pinwheel of app-enabled services gateways. So could we get your take on, where you see Matter today and how it plugs in reality to everything? And what kind of adoption are you seeing?
Yes, I would like to take this opportunity to say something a little bit about the Matter. As an edge side, it's all about like smart homes. As I was saying, the smart homes, which includes the home products, IoT devices, includes the thermostats and the garage and the fans, etc. Almost all the electronic devices are getting IoTized. And as Martin, I was saying, the grass cutter is not working properly. So this is, just taking that example, why that the breaking things are happening. Because in the home network, the devices are coming from the different vendors, the different chipsets with the different technologies. So it has to get into the integrated and it should comes under this single umbrella. That's what I mean. We are making that the smart homes with the help of Matter. We can bring all the Matter certified devices under the single controllable the way where I mean even the garage or on the fan or other things can be controlled under the one umbrella. So that's why that's how the Matter is coming into the picture. And the Matter, it's not only an IoT the edge side the devices, IoT side devices. It also requires at the CPE level the Matter controllable. It needs to be a coordination at the both sides, access points as well as the IoT devices in the home. Then only the coordination and the synchronization happens. So yeah, as a Matter protocol specification, the CSA is coming up with the certifying the Wi-Fi, the access points with the Matter protocol and the IoT devices. When both the things are certified, when the both things are coordinated, then the synchronization or the coordination, it can easily detect whatever the failure is happening, whether the grass cutting is, whether it's not able to connect or whether it got failed due to some issues. It is easy to connect and detect and make the communication the smoother enough, and the customer experience and the consumer experience goes good at the home environment. In the home, when we say it is not only the tech savvy, the people will be there in the home. The elderly people will also be there. It should be easy enough to operate, control whatever the devices in the home, along with the kids, along with the elder people, along with the adults. So that's how I would like to say on the Matter in the edge side.
So, Pramod, it's,
I would like to add a little different view to this protocol as such. Generally, what we have seen for the last 20 years or even further, any of these protocols helps you to standardize the communication, whether it is Matter or it is Wi-Fi. It helps you to communicate better or collaborate better. But if you want to really take that level to a case where this collaboration turns into an innovation or helps you to solve much more fundamental problems in the industry, you need a little bit of liberty for these OEMs or the vendors who are operating on top of it. So all of these protocols allow you to do those kind of vendor specific extensions. That is what we as a software vendors would be using more and more. Of course, initially it starts with some kind of a specific one vendor who is doing this innovation, but overall it will get to a state where it will get more standardized as such. I believe Matter is allowing that to really take care. This is a question to
Yes.
as such.
Yeah.
and
So
there's always people that want to pile on their little twist on things, but it's going to come down to orchestration. And one thing that we hear from operators and managed service providers even is that there's all these devices that they don't have visibility to downstream, and yet they get the call, when whatever their little network is, whether it's their Zigbee network or their Z-Wave or whatever, or even some mysterious Wi-Fi stuff. When you look at your optimization technology, and I'm going to hit you up on this too, Metin. How do you see that? It's not just the Wi-Fi; it's the stuff feeding the Wi-Fi.
Yeah, the way we look at it today is connectivity is not a big problem. Of course, Metin has a different case which he has mentioned earlier. That is not something which Matter can solve or something else can solve. It is more a software issue. It has to be solved by people. Yeah. But in general, we have not seen connectivity as a bigger case, but experience is a big case. Collection of the data or telemetry is not a bigger case today for the operators, but what to do with that data and how do they infer, what kind of information they can derive is a problem. Control is not a big case, but predictability is a bigger case at this stage. Like Matter solves the controllability problems. So overall, if you look at it, customer is at the center and his experience matters a lot. And his experience is not all about how his devices are connecting and what kind of applications he is running. He doesn't really care about how adaptive your Wi-Fi is. As long as his needs are met, he is quite happy. So we come from that angle. We kind of understand what subscriber is doing, what applications he is running, and is the network really able to adapt to the needs? Is it able to serve? If you can quantify this, we are able to meet the needs of the customer. And now we are able to meet that needs. You have happy customers, no silent churns. Operators are happy, no need to do support calls, no need to really send people to the customer homes, no truck rolls. So the approach we have taken is use this technology to first understand the customer better, start building everything else. All your AI pieces could be in a reinforced model which actually targets towards subscriber experience. That's a shift we have really taken.
So Bob,
Yeah.
you represent a company that is one of those containerized solutions on the APs, on the gateways in many cases. What do you see the issues looking upstream, if you will, to make those types of things successful? If somebody wants to be one of those services, if you will.
Yeah, we're really focused on providing value-added services to the customer. As Oscar said earlier, it's really making customer first. What is actual conceived as value by the customer? Traditionally the service providers have been, providing connectivity services, better speeds, more coverage, but there's more potential value that these customers can see. And one of the things we're focused on, as you probably all know, is around Wi-Fi sensing. And not only just using all these IoT devices that are in the home, there's 20 billion devices, if you can believe it, in the whole world. And depending on which country, each home could have anywhere between 10 or 20 of these connected devices. How can you leverage those devices in the home to work beyond just their basic capability and using Wi-Fi just as connectivity? And so that's what Wi-Fi sensing is enabling as a value-added service, to not only sense motion in the home, but provide contextually aware information to the customer so they can take appropriate actions. There's one particular use case I know Oscar and a number of others are very familiar with, which is around managing elderly people to age at home in place safely and longer. That's a perfect example of providing contextually aware information based upon motion sensing data to predict what potentially could be happening in terms of the health, the deterioration of their health in the home, using data, AI data, IoT data, combining that from a Wi-Fi perspective into something that's more meaningful to add value to the customer. So that's one example.
Well, you also talked a little bit about how these microservices, we call them, interact with other microservices. So to the degree that you might, the things that you're doing would interface with a physical security solution, or get information in turn from a physical security solution, or any number of other applications that might be out there. How do you orchestrate something like that?
Yeah, for us, it's really important to collaborate very closely with the operators, with the service providers, because it's not just Wi-Fi data and Wi-Fi sensing data. We are a big advocate of fusing that data with other data, like the network data that service providers have, the Wi-Fi management data, for example, that AirTies have. That combined together, it's that old cliche of 1 + 1 = 3. You get more by combining the data to give you more contextually aware, relevant information to the customer. So that data is really valuable that we can pull it together.
So Metin, you're right dab in the middle of all this.
Yeah.
I'm
on the edge, but in the middle of this problem.
You spoke somewhat passionately yesterday about proactive diagnostics and proactive, taking on potential problems before they surface in front of the customer. And in this orchestrated, multi-application, multi-protocol type of world, matter or no matter, how do you achieve that type of proactive way of keeping everything straightened out before it all becomes unraveled?
Yeah, I was very passionate about that yesterday, but Oscar came to our booth in the afternoon. He made me down on that. But he's right. If you talk about this problem, it's real. We have to have right information, right recommendation, so that we can proactively go after customers together with our operator customers and solve their problems before they walk away. Customers walk away. When they have problems, when they're not able to get them solved by the service provider they walk away, they go to another service provider. We have run a research in US and UK. We asked people about churn. Did you churn? 20% says, average I'm talking about. Yes, I churned in last year, in last 12 months. Are you intending to churn? 30% says, I will churn. Why are you churning? Because the product doesn't work. I have troubles with Wi-Fi. They call it Wi-Fi. It can be anything, but mostly Wi-Fi. I have troubles that my Wi-Fi stops working at least once a month. 75% says once a month it stops working. And I gave that example yesterday. We all say that Wi-Fi should be like water or electricity. Imagine that you go into shower, you put the shampoo, turn the water on, it's good, and then 5 seconds later it stops.
Patay.
So what do you do? Once a month, but it's a big problem.
It's a patay in the office.
Yeah. So we have this problem. That's real. Nobody can deny that. No matter what I say, what Promote says, we're not able to solve all of them. And Oscar told me something like yesterday, and that I lost my sleep last night because
come
of that.
on.
But it's good. It's very good.
Yeah, come on.
He said that we have a thing called Wi-Fi Experience Index. And Wi-Fi Experience Index is supposed to say this home is experiencing badly or a good. And Oscar's team, or actually one of the countries, took the ones that we say they're bad, right? Those homes are experiencing bad Wi-Fi. They called them. 40%, is it 30 to 40% said, yes, I have bad experience. 60% said, no. So if you take that and really try to do something with it, yes, you'll have some inefficiency, right? You're not going to find, maybe you will call more people to find everyone. But we thought that experience index is good. It is still good because when you compare the ones that has good experience index, their churn is 4 times lower than the ones that has bad experience index. So we have some correlation in the data, but it's not 100%. So our job is to get it to 100%. Or maybe say 75% is also good. Maybe you would call 1 out of 4 for nothing, but if you catch 3 guys that are having big issues and you're not aware of before you have this data and have this analytics, it's a big gain. You save 3 customers that are about to leave. So that's user experience is a big, big problem to solve. Not easy.
I agree with that. See, mostly
Their accuracy is 70%.
I'm not going to bump up the numbers, but see, most of the times we take this user experience from radio parameters or network parameters or the applications, but one thing which is still in the gray area is the customer itself. If suppose he was running a Wi-Fi 5 device for last 10 years or 5 years or 3 years, he is used to using the device in a certain fashion, and he got satisfied with that kind of approach. It is possible that our algorithms are going to tell that his indexing or his quality of experience, what we call it, is lower, but he is fine with that. So these are the false positives which we also have seen, where we flag saying that, you know what, your customer is unhappy, and the ISP goes and says, we called him, he seems to be happy.
Yeah.
He seems to be happy not just today, he's happy for the last 1 year.
Yeah. Just to finish that, he's absolutely right. The fact that we say something is wrong, I mean, we say that experience is low because we have some parameters. We can prove that it's wrong. There is something wrong. But the customer perception is the experience. If the customer is not perceiving that issue, it's not an issue. It is an issue. Maybe it will break something in the future. But the customer, understanding what customer perceives is a science, I'm telling you. This is not easy. We have to improve that. We have to make the accuracy as high as possible, but it doesn't stop there. Let's say we have a perfect list of customers that are having issues. I haven't seen any operator that proactively calls and fixes customers' issues. I've seen operators doing this. There's network issues there. I detect in advance, and I will send technicians to fix it. But individual homes, I don't know, Oscar, is there any team doing this?
Yes,
in the UK
we have
meet that
a
team.
team doing that.
Yeah.
Actually, Actually, for example, using your solution, the UK, is very dependent country per country and so on.
Yeah,
For example,
operations.
recommending is customer operations more, recommending whether an extender is going to make a difference that can make. But I wanted to take the opportunity to take one step back in here because I'm hearing a lot that there are two main drivers of use cases. One is value-add use cases. Sorry, as a mobile operator, as an operator, mobile and fixed, converge, my job is not only to give connectivity. That is a given. My job is to give value add. In the UK, guys, there is an electric company which has revolutionized completely the approach that they have with customers, so Octopus. Okay? I was a customer of other company, and I moved to Octopus because they have understood that electricity is a given. Octopus has gamified and also created value-add services on top to attract this. Now, going back to the point from, I'm going to go back to the point from Prashad, and going back to your point. Camp number one, unbreakable connectivity. Make it like the water and the electricity.
Yeah.
Be aware that in Portugal and in Spain, 6 hours of no electricity and so on. Thank you to an experiment that they were doing, okay? Will the truth be known? I'm not sure. So the reality is we need to have, but Wi-Fi provides one element. Stratifying the traffic and understanding what traffic is causing the problem and applying quality of service is also very important. You told customer support, cognitive. We work with them in creating value add. How about if you can have a map of the home to place where the devices are? That's one camp. The other camp is value add. Elderly care, I cannot agree more. I think your company is very motivated on that use case as well. So I think we can create so much. The data of the Wi-Fi, we know who is connected, that's presence. We, as service providers, we are regulated entities by the governments of the countries. Means we are not a company operating in California with the rules in California. If we operate in the United Kingdom, we are obliged by the rules of the United Kingdom to protect our customers, to protect their privacy and so on. Personally, after seeing what we have to go through in order to comply to regulations, as a service provider, as a converged operator, I trust 100% that my data is very safe. And I'm not talking about Vodafone. I'm talking about any converged operator in the world. My point is, once you have that data and you have it with someone you can trust upon, then you can combine that data to both make the perfect experience and to make sure that you have value-add services. And for me, that is the holy grail. And just to finish, sorry, the CPE plays a fundamental role, because if you have the connectivity, be it Matter, you said before, knowing the devices may not be just enough. Of course it's enough. MDNS, you can know the devices and you can apply different security policies to the devices. For example, to switch the camera off when I detect that my kids are at home, because I don't want them to have any risk of exposure. So that's what I'm trying to say, and I think the ultimate paradigm we need to go is there is a set of data, the CPE can aggregate that data, it can be put in a place where the customer is sovereign. I'm not sovereign of the data of my customers. The customer is sovereign and should be given permission to use it across propositions. And did build use cases. No, I have these IoT devices, it's so pretty. I have the television and so on icons. No, it's I am creating a use case of parental control all in all by changing what is in the TV, etc. And that can be done by having uniform data access. Not a connectivity level, but also the data that is exposed. Sorry that I was long.
Well, speaking for the customer, if you will, as we complicated their lives by making their lives supposedly easier through these automated IoT devices and lighting systems, curtains, you name it. All they want at the end of the day is for their stuff to work. 100%. And when the stuff stops working, who are they going to call? Not the guy who made the stuff. 100%. They're going to call the operator, right? And so having that visibility to what's happening downstream is becoming more and more critical because if their stuff always works, they're never going to call you. They're not going to churn. There may be chaos going on in the background, but if you're catching it early, if you can catch it early before it makes their stuff stop working, then you're going to survive. Because the kind of churn numbers you're talking about, I come out of the cellular industry in a prior life. Those are catastrophic.
Yeah.
With all of the applications and all the devices that we're putting out there, we're expanding the threat of customer unhappiness by having them have all this stuff that they hold us accountable for working. And so, how do you jump on that? Because I think it's going to be more of an emerging issue than we give it credit for.
The kind of churn numbers which you are talking about in the cellular is also to do with the choice. There are only 2 or 3 operators in the cellular space. You take Brazil, there are 20,000 ISPs. The churn is 4% monthly, which is they are losing 50% of the customers every year. That is also comes from choice. It also comes from the other elements to how unhappy these customers are. So coming to the point which Metin was also making, and from the study's point of view, of course, there are enough number of customers which are unhappy, and if there is enough choice in those geographies, churn is going to be quite effective. It's going to happen. So we have deployed our solutions with one of these ISPs who are able to use adaptive Wi-Fi and reduce their churn by around 25%. It's not 100% for sure, which means we are not completely bringing down the support calls as such, but when a support call comes, you need enough amount of observability, visibility to really solve from the operator standpoint of view. You need the observability of the device, what kind of device it is, but you also need to know why the customer is really calling you at that point of time. If you know in advance, he is running Zoom and he has interruptions 3 times in this day.
The customer doesn't call you because the fact the customer is calling you is cost already.
Yeah, it is cost. It is cost. The customer is calling because he's unhappy.
It's cost, direct and indirect. Cost, direct, because you need to have a call center and you need to have a person who is helping them, and it may be escalated, and a truck roll is very expensive. And it's cost because the customer calling, the probability of him churning is going to be even higher.
Well, truck rolls are going to get more and more expensive because there's more diagnostic that has to take place in the home, and so you've got a tech that's used to making the internet connection work, and somebody's got a problem with their IoT devices, and that tech has to do that triage, if you will, and then, oh, by the way, restart the thing, to make all their stuff work again. The meter's running that whole time, and there's certainly in the U.S. there's a squeeze on having the personnel that is able to do that. As it gets more and more complicated, it requires more and more training to do. So again, multiple truck rolls, and I think Metin's survey illustrates it perfectly. That's also catastrophic. Mm-hmm. Even if you got the greatest techs in the world going into the home, you're eating up a year's worth of profit. You can do that in one truck roll. So
I wanted to add one more point to that from a value-added service perspective. It's not just does the value-added service work. Of course, that's part of our responsibility, and of course, there's an underlying foundation of having the Wi-Fi working. But one area that's very important that we've worked with Vodafone, and among others too, is around the setup. The initial phase, the OOB, is so important because you need to have that done very, very, very efficiently in record time, because most customers are not going to spend 30 minutes trying to set something up. They want something that's simple, easy, and having a great experience at that start. Because if the experience is bad at the start, the likelihood of them continuing to use that value of service is actually going to be very low.
Spot on.
Right, and it drives what's called the do-it-for-me approach to having these things installed. We're active in the Consumer Technology Association, known for putting on CES, their Smart Home Division Board, and it's totally focused on, system integrators, serving that function now, to put these complicated so-called smart homes together. So with all of this going on. I'm going to get back to you, Prasant, really quickly, and kind of a more techie type of a question. How much of this is going to be dependent on, processing on the edge, if you will, versus processing on the cloud, and what are the implications for the operators in that?
I would like to emphasize more on the silicon which is sitting at, whatever the devices what we are saying, the consumer device or the CPE or etc. It demands a lot more things than what we can see at the application level. One is, the first I would like to say the certifications which required. From the certifications from the Wi-Fi alliances certifications, regulatory certifications like FCC, ETSI and other things, and the matter certifications, whatever the protocol and other things certifications are also important, which should be accompanied by the silicon vendor. That's one point. The second point is the processing power which requires on the silicon is very much increasing day by day as the new technologies are emerging. Accordingly, the silicon has to be much more powerful than the previous one. The Wi-Fi 4 is a different Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7. It demands a lot more processing power, a lot more memory, and a lot more the additional features like AI/ML, which is expected to be run on the silicons. So these are all components taken care by the silicon vendors, and it needs some and also in considering the cost of the silicon, because the consumer device expects the lesser price, and we have to make sure that the silicons what we are providing to the IoT or the different ways where the silicon is being integrated, it should be well enough to fit in the right the cost of the end product, and along with that the safety and the security, which is very crucial. Right now at the WPA 3 is the Wi-Fi Alliance certified, the security, the part which the data which goes out, the data or the packet which is going out of the device, it has to be secured enough. And accordingly, security things are keep on evolving, emerging, each spec by spec, year by year. So one is the WPA3 security is the main component which is currently there, which should be supported on the silicon level. And another thing is the data communication level. So TLS 1.3 is the data encryption part, which will be used for the securing the data, the communication, either within the network or to the cloud. These are all secured one. This is at the air level security, what I would say. And the device level security is also important, which should be taken care by the silicon vendor, because the firmware which is running, it should be secured enough. It has to be under, and also the keys and the cipher suits which are related to the operating at the IoT devices, which will be there in the flash of the silicon. It is controlled by the flash. So it should be this trust zone, security, safety. So there are different level of security has to be certified to the silicon chips. So that's what I would like to say on this.
Okay, we're going to go through the 10-second grill.
10 seconds.
10 seconds for last words.
Last words. Just
10 seconds.
10 seconds, I would say. Guys, it has to be an open ecosystem. We have to expose the primitives. And one element is not going to give you the silver bullet, either to have unbreakable connectivity, easy of use, or to provide competitive value-add services close to the heart. So either we collaborate together and expose the data, or it's not going to work.
Metin.
I want to give my 10 seconds to Oscar.
Well, you can concede, it's like Congress, you can concede your 10 seconds.
I think as an industry, we have to work all together to deliver smooth, smart connectivity to every customer. That's the job.
Yeah, we would love to partner with you on that.
No, I totally agree. It's all about collaboration. You can see each company we all represent here on the stage, the silicon, the operators, Wi-Fi management, orchestration, everything, and then of course from ourselves, value-added services. This can't work without collaboration across all of us.
100%. Yeah.
Pramod?
We were thinking that customer experience is a science, now it has become art.
Yeah.
Well, you can monetize that. Prasant?
Yeah, so I'd like to say WBA is doing the very good thing, which is bringing all the stakeholders under the umbrella to have the communication and to openly discuss whatever the issues we are having, the challenges we are having, how to go ahead with that. So definitely it's a good platform to discuss on the issues and the challenges emerging technology.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I had a lot of fun in this panel. I think we covered some great territory. We could have made a one-day symposium on this whole subject. So if we want to give them a great round of applause. I really enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you, George.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome. I'll propose that we eventually get started as well with this second part of the morning. I hope we're having a very good event so far and a wonderful, wonderful week. Are we good? Okay, perfect. Yeah. Thanks so much, guys. Yeah. So our colleagues as well, in the meantime, will have the chance to join a little bit into the room. And my name is Pedro Mota. I'm very pleased, of course, to see you all once again. We've had a wonderful week so far. I think starting off this week with working sessions, wonderful sessions, really great progress as well from the teams and all the discussions. I work at the WGC PMO, Program Management Office, and through my role, basically, I'm so fortunate to have the chance to learn with all the members, work with them, help them support the leaders, support the workgroup chairs, really driving their visions and impactful programs towards helping their industries and the industry and their companies. And many of the sessions that we'll see in this morning, they are somehow related as well with work taking place in WGA. So we'll start, in fact, this morning with Wouter Klutens from Purple Foundation, Principal Architect in Purple Foundation. We'll go through Open Wi-Fi Sensing Ecosystem. Then we'll have Johan Turv, a Senior Director for Marketing at EMEA, talking with us about offloading business case, very, very important as well. Dr. Hideaki Goto-san, esteemed colleague, Associated Professor at City Rome as well, will be talking about data usage and open roaming in Japan. And then we'll hear from Tyler Peterson, from ANSYS, lead systems architect, in fact, empowering telecommunication innovators to drive human advancement. Then we'll have a fireside chat to discuss sustainability, such a huge topic. We'll hear from Dr. Angelos Mavridis. And then we'll close with a panel around convergence and intelligence. So basically, we'll be talking a lot about, as well at the end, about the convergence of the so-called licensed with unlicensed world, and also what is this topic of access-centric metrics. We've been talking a lot about this during the last days as well, but I think we'll close it really strongly at the end with Mario Didio, General Manager at Helium, and then Howard Buzik, Senior Vice President at American Bandwidth, and then with Mark Hamilton, Networking Standards Director at CommScope. So I really look forward to it, and I'll take no more time. I would like to invite our esteemed colleague, Wouter Klutens from Purple Foundation, to go with this presentation. Welcome, Wouter. So good to have you. Welcome.
Thank you. So this talk is about something that I have been doing and have been trying to do for a long time, which is fostering collaboration and open standards with different things. I think that open source and standards belong together. That's actually what we do in the Purple Foundation. We take standards and we try to make an open source reference implementation. And we try to do it nowadays at the same time. So we do an implementation, we see what the gaps are that we need, then we push that into a standards body, and we get this closed loop to make sure that you're not just sitting there in a room and drawing pictures and thinking it should work like this. No, you actually do the implementation and verify if it actually works. So this is specifically a case about Wi-Fi sensing. There is an excellent guideline that was created by the Wireless Broadband Alliance a few years ago, which we used as a basis of, hey, this is a good idea. This actually makes sense. We have existing radios in devices. We don't need new passive infrared sensors and other sensors and cameras, etc., to see if somebody's moving around your house. You can actually see through interference of the radio waves that there is actually motion, that somebody's walking between an access point and a station or thereabouts. And these guidelines made it very, very clear that it shouldn't be a single access point and a bunch of stationary stations that you have. You really need coverage across the entire dwelling to do that. So I'm going to go into that a bit. So who are all the players here? We have, of course, open source Linux. We pretty much all use Linux. We have the wireless drivers of Linux. We need to, any new Wi-Fi standard is implemented in the Linux wireless subsystem. So with the IEEE over there, coming up with 802.11bf as a way of doing much more reliable and more fine-grained sensing. That has to be implemented in Linux as well, right? So we are dependent on an implementation in Linux Or if we don't, each one of the silicon vendors will do their proprietary implementations, and they will not be interoperable, neither in the form of the data that is collected, nor in the way you interact with the driver. That brings us to the Wi-Fi Alliance. We really should go over there as well. I'll go into more depth. The broadband forum we work with very closely because all of our interfaces are based on the TR181 data models that broadband forum use. And the Wireless Broadband Alliance, I believe, is the ideal place to bring all of these together and put them in a place of how do you actually do an implementation? What is the guidance for an operator to deploy something like this? We're specifically focused on operators, on internet service providers who have their own devices in users' homes, right? We, of course, need the silicon vendors along as well, because they do the implementation. We need to convince them to use these open standards. And then we have the sensing vendors. I put up two here, Cognitive and Origin, without whom we would not have been able to do this in the Purple Foundation. So we had two competing companies come in our working groups and both openly discussing what it is that they need and how they want this to work. So the idea is we want to make an open apps ecosystem. We want to have the wireless sensing vendors who do the number crunching, who do the analysis, who create the verdicts of there is motion of this sort in this location. We want it to be as easy as possible for them to deploy. And we want their applications to be portable across multiple devices, using multiple silicon through a standard API then as well. That's the moonshot. I put that in there because I thought this is a moonshot, because this is a difficult thing in this industry, but I have some experience. So basic logic, this will not be too technical, but basic logic is you have a standalone access point, you have an application by the vendor in there. It talks to a sensing service that exposes the TR181 data model on how you need to do sensing. That communicates to the wireless driver and the Linux kernel. And then you have your different front haul radios in an access point on the different bands. And you have a station somewhere stationary connected, and you want to do sensing across this link. You need to collect. So not only are you sending packets to this, you're analyzing the packets that come back. You do the channel state information essentially on the data that comes back from that packet is what you collect in the lower layer, and that needs to somehow make it back to the application where the analysis can be done. So we have some history. In 2023, we did a first proof of concept. This was based on our portable application framework, so the idea of making a standard API and a standard way of deploying a service. We've solved that in the Purple Foundation with LCM. We run this both on our Purpleware open source stack. It runs on the RDKB open source stack, and Nokia added it to their Corteca app ecosystem as well. There's some lightweight abstraction of a particular silicon vendor's API in there as a proof of concept. The CSI data, the way it's collected, is completely custom to the first silicon vendor with whom we did it. The format is, of course, that of that silicon vendor. This is only on a standalone access point, and this is what is referred to as legacy sensing, as in the station doesn't know that it's doing sensing. You just send a frame to it, a null data packet, and you receive an acknowledgement. So standard wireless behavior, but not particularly detailed. Then we did what we called phase 2B in 2024, where we made a thorough abstraction. So we made this standard API on top of completely hiding anything silicon vendor specific, mostly. I managed to convince at least in the Purple Foundation, several silicon vendors to open source their SDKs, and in some cases their device drivers as well, so that anybody can actually download this and run this. You don't even need to be a member of the Purple Foundation for that. We made the interface for the data collection is now not silicon vendor specific anymore. There's a particular socket that the device has to open, that the app has to open, and it gets all the CSI data. The CSI format is still custom because this is not yet standardized, but we put a standard header in front of it to indicate this is this type of data. This is a MaxLinear or a Qualcomm or a Broadcom or whatever, or a MediaTek type of CSI data with some additional useful metadata. And we we still use legacy sensing in the implementation, but in the meantime, the IEEE did 822.11bf, and we modeled all of those in the API as well. We can't implement them yet, we can't do anything, but we thought about all of those models. Next step, what we're working on at the moment, we delivered that. Essentially, that's working. Next thing is that we looked at, we need to be stationary access point across the dwelling, the whole dwelling, right? What is the ideal situation? A mesh network. You already have your access point. You have your gateway and your extenders spread across the homes to have a good coverage. So let's use those. And then let's do sensing between the access points, and let's do sensing with external stations. So you have your gateway with a station attached. You have another access point with a station attached. Yeah, now you're no longer talking to the Linux kernel. Now you're doing using the EasyMesh protocol, extensions in the EasyMesh protocol that we are doing. There's a Tiger team set up in the Wi-Fi Alliance EasyMesh group specifically to work on this, to extend EasyMesh to be able to say, send a message to this remote EasyMesh agent to say, your local sensing service perform this sensing, and then backhaul the data back to the application over the network. But we are not only, what 11BF allows as well is to do sensing with not only associated stations, but also unassociated stations. This is where it gets very complicated. We worked out an entire model to be able to do many steps to be allowed to do any sensing between any station and any access point across the network. So that's mesh sensing. That's our phase 3. That's what we're doing at the moment and doing the implementation on. Coming back to the phase A was that I really wanted to have the standard framework in Linux to support this as well in the Linux driver. This turned out to be more complicated than I thought. So we need to have a standard control flow. We need to have the data flow standardized. We need to still support legacy sensing because 11BF will come in at some point in time in a couple of years. But by the time you have all of your stationary devices, your TV, your set-top box, your intelligent light bulb in the room that you're using at the moment to do sensing, by the time those have the 11BF, if they ever do, we're 10 years or 20 years in the future. The use case remains for legacy sensing. We can't just do 11BF. Okay, so I worked out this. Essentially, a Linux wireless framework in which there is sensing logic that supports both the legacy protocol and 11BF. I reached out to the Linux wireless community, worked out with the maintainer of that subsystem in Linux, and the next thing we're going to do is try to find. I'm currently actually in this active discussion with all of the wireless silicon drivers to jump into this and to collaborate on this exactly. So far, of the four, I've spoken to 3 of them, and I'm going to speak right after this session. I have to run out and have the 4th meeting, and all 3 actually agreed that this is the right thing to do, and they want us to do this. So there will be no proprietary Linux API for this going forward. Where does the Wireless Broadband Alliance come into play? As I mentioned, the whole model that we described here, so we're going to the Broadband Forum, Wi-Fi Alliance, we're doing open source implementation. Somebody needs a guidance. I'd like to see a white paper, a reference architecture paper indicating, well, has been done for operator-managed Wi-Fi, which was fantastically done. I was somewhat involved in that. I'd like to see that in the Wireless Broadband Alliance as well. Let's see. I only have 1 minute left, so what's going to happen next? Next year, we're going to look at, well, we might not want to have all of the sensing data on an extender with a station connected to it to be constantly streamed over the network just to see that, well, nothing's happening. We can do some analysis locally on the extender to indicate, oh, something's moving. Okay, now let's start up a higher frequency and higher bandwidth and higher rate data flow, for example. So that should be put into the model as well. And then the next step is that, okay, now you have your sensing, who do you report it to? What the sensing vendors do at the moment is they have mobile applications, the cloud is involved, their cloud is involved in it as well, the mobile application gets a notification. But we have IoT functionality on gateways as well. We have thread support that we've done in open source in our devices as well, in our software stack. You could have a passive infrared sensor indicating that there is a motion. You could have some device that needs to act on that motion, switch on the light or sound an alarm or something like that. How do we get the information from sensing of the motion back into this IoT framework that's on the device itself? So we've given that some basic thought as well. So that's the future after that. And that's it. Okay.
Wonderful presentation. Not sure if it's what is it? Anyway, wonderful. Thanks so much, Wouter. Very, very good, really. So very clear as well the timeline that you guys are following, how WBA can also have a role in terms of developing a reference implementation for sensing. Now it makes total sense. Just to finalize, because we're completely out of time, so quick question, how do you see this coming to reality, right? It will be through the operators. Can you give us a very simple visualization in terms of how you see it coming to fruition as well, then to the industry, of course, with the operators adopting it?
Yes, so there are two prongs there. There's the open source aspect. Everything that we do is open source. Anyone can just download it. We will be supporting all of the silicon vendors that we know. We have 7 and soon 8 silicon vendors members of the Purple Foundation. 3 of them very active, have reference hardware that we work on. So we'll make sure that it works on all the silicon, making it really easy for anyone, even people who do retail, who are not active in the Purple Foundation, to do this. Just believe in the open source aspect. But on the Purple Foundation, is mostly driven by operator requirements. So we have many tier 1 operators and tier 2 operators who have concrete plans for this, and we make sure that we cover their use cases.
Fantastic. Of course, makes total sense. So Wouter, we'll keep in touch, of course. We really appreciate it for you coming by as well, for your wonderful presentation. We move forward now, and looking forward to possibly developing a proposal in WBA so we can address this implementation as well. Thanks so much, Wouter. Very good.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. Thank you. Wonderful. So I would like to propose that we move immediately forward with our esteemed colleague as well, Mr. Johan Turf, Senior Director for Marketing in EMEA. I think Johan is already around.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there you go. Fantastic. Welcome, Johan. So good to see you once again. And thank you for staying with us as well. Feel free to join me at the stage. Welcome.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
And feel free to take it away as well.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, mobile data offloading, Wi-Fi offload. You know, the ones we love, tend to have many names for. But I'm here today to share why we think the right loading is the right term. Just a few mention about myself and my company. I'm Johan Terve, former VP Marketing at Aptilo Networks since 2007, and then with EMEA since the acquisition in 2020. EMEA makes the world's communication more secure and efficient, and we do that through cloud-native software, where we help our customers to scale, secure, and monetize traffic over cellular, Wi-Fi, fixed, and satellite networks. So mobile data offloading to Wi-Fi is nothing new, right? We have done it with our mobile operators customers since 15 years back. But there are 3 trends that I think make it more relevant than ever before. So first, we have the video. I mean, already now, at an average, 75% of the traffic in cellular is video. And we can see from our traffic management systems that, by the way, can reduce the load by 20% from video, that it's increasing all over the world, some countries more than others. And then you have the issue of indoor coverage. With the higher frequencies of 5G, it's an even higher challenge and getting more expensive. And then I think there is a general need for cost reduction among mobile operators in the world. Predictions from analysts shows that data traffic for the next 5 years is expected to grow 10 times faster than revenues. So what it all comes down to is to deliver good capacity everywhere and, at the end, reduce churn, making customers happy. And that alone is a good return on investment on Wi-Fi offloading or right loading, as we want to call it. Because MNO spends around 15 to 20% of their yearly revenues on subscriber acquisition and retention costs. So there is a huge potential in indirect monetization from that. But, you know, we have some operator customer or prospects rather that really want to do this on a technical level, and then when they come up in the investment boards, they say, oh, show me the money. So you cannot rely on the retention thing alone. So we have created a quite advanced ROI model in Excel that I would like to invite you, if you are interested, to test with us. But what we cannot escape is the fact that Wi-Fi is the only indoor solution that can become a profit center. So if you as an operator sell B2B Wi-Fi services at a venue and then sneak in, so to speak, an SSID for your offloading, then you actually get paid for your indoor coverage. And this is what many of our customers do. And for virtual mobile operators, it's an even better business case because every gigabyte that they can move from the MNO's network is a win for them. And as I think Helium is a good example where they actually have a big Wi-Fi footprint that they can use. And other operators may have home Wi-Fi where they instantly can have a home spot network of many, even millions of hotspots out there. So if this is such a no-brainer, right loading is such a no-brainer, how come that not every operator out there do this? That is a question we have asked many times. And, you know, since Halloween is coming up, I thought I would share with you what spooks mobile operators most. And this is it. The device is king. If you do automatic offloading through SIM authentication, then it's all in the hands of the device. It will select if you go to Wi-Fi or not. And devices are increasingly getting better in selecting the optimal network, so I don't think they should worry too much. And isn't it quite ironic, really, this fact that the same operator have no problem in taking the most latency-sensitive services of all, Wi-Fi calling, through any Wi-Fi network that they don't control. But then they worry about data offloading. That is kind of ironic, I think. So the jerky reaction from mobile operators in that case is to, yeah, we have to backhaul the traffic to the mobile core, so we have some kind of control. And that is understandable. However, we have convinced most of them that you don't need to do that. You can obtain some sort of good control also without backhauling. And 90% of our customers actually do what we call local data breakout. So why are then 90% ignoring the 3GPP backhauling? First of all, I think it is because it's too complicated. The architecture are so complicated, so sometimes I almost believe that 3GPP might do this just to keep Wi-Fi out. I don't know. but it's complicated, and it will only offload the RAM and not the mobile core. And if you do it, you will have to add expensive gateways in the core, and also add capacity in the packet core. So the 10% of our customers or so that actually do backhaul the traffic all the way to mobile core, they do it mainly for deep packet inspection purposes, and I will come back to that later. So what is local traffic breakout? It's basically, I will see here how I am in time. I'm good in time. Local traffic breakout is basically when you integrate with the mobile core only for the control plane, but not for the data or traffic plane. So basically what it is that we have a 3GPP AAA functionality where we interact directly with the HLR in the HSS HLR in the mobile core, and through the SIM credentials, we then authenticate automatically the device for accessing the Wi-Fi network. And in that process, we also get keying material that we can send to the AP so that it can encrypt the session over the Wi-Fi network, which is very important. So it's a seamless and secure encrypted Wi-Fi experience for users. Now, the 3GPP seem to love backhauling so much so that they have actually demoted this function in the 3GPP AAA in the 5G standalone architecture. So they have moved that function into the interoperability gateways that is in the mobile core. And we do believe that customers still want to do local breakout. So what we think is that the 3GPP AAA will evolve to take care of SIM authentication part with local breakout also in the 5G standalone architectures. Of course, there will be customers that do it differently and do it according to the 3GPP side, but primarily we think that is what's going to happen. And then you get a unified SIM authentication over all GEs, if you like. So then it's still customers that say, okay, we want to stay in control here. So we can help them with that by moving the control to the edge. So retrieving policies from the PCRF, PCFs in the mobile core and translate it to what makes sense in the Wi-Fi network. We can check out time and data quota from the BSS and handle it locally. And then some of our customers actually do sending traffic to a high-capacity DPI centrally to handle the packet inspection purposes. However, lately, it's interestingly enough, we have had prospects coming to us and say, oh, we will not invest in your traffic management DPI. It's too expensive. We just want a simple use case. We just want to have zero rating for certain traffic. And then we are now looking into how we can leverage the local DPI that is in many equipment locally. And in fact, some of them are enabled by the EMEA embedded DPI software. So back to the device is king issue. There are two questions primarily that we get. It is, what if the device connects when Wi-Fi to Wi-Fi even when the cellular connection is perfect? And that is a valid point. And even worse, if you are in a stadium, for instance, you have both 5G and Wi-Fi, and both are equally good, it may be a tendency that the device tries to connect to Wi-Fi. So then you have your expensive 5G implementation empty. So, and of course, 3GPP has a solution for that too on the paper, on the specs, and that is the AT-SSS. And it's basically something that is a very promising idea and actually the holy grail, I would say, for offloading. The only problem with it is that it will probably go the same route as AIM-DSF did. Never happen in reality. And I mean, if we look at it, if our industry even couldn't even get the device vendors to support online sign-up, so we had to demote it from the standard. How the heck are we going to get them into this? So I think if it comes, it will take a long time. So meanwhile, we really need to find a pragmatic traffic steering outside the 3GPP. And what we call helping the operators really to come to a situation where device is not the only king. And that is what we call intelligent right loading. And it comes in two flavors, predefined traffic steering and real-time QA-based traffic steering. And and of course, both those scenarios, we have to gracefully reject the Wi-Fi connection, so the device tries again. And there are different methods for solving that issue. So if we look first into the predefined traffic steering, here we can import historical data, we can integrate with mobile core nodes to get data, we can use, in our case, our traffic management system that has an AI-based congestion prediction capability, and then we can have our strong policy engine in our platform, and in that policy engine decide whether the customer should go on to Wi-Fi or not. If we look into the real-time QA-based traffic steering, there we really need to have real-time data coming into us so that we can decide in every moment what to do. So there we see different ways how we can get that data. One is through our or others traffic management system that can give us session-specific data. I'm very much looking forward to the Camara API in Session Insights because, let's face it, I don't think any operator will invest in our traffic management system unless they need it for something else. So with the Camara API, it will be more cost-effective. And then I'm very happy with the good work you are doing in the work group in access KPIs, or what you call it, in WBA. I mean, if we could get real-time data from the Wi-Fi network through the radius protocol, that would be a dream, because then we could have a holistic view of this, taking both the cellular network and Wi-Fi data and do intelligent decision what to do. And so, waiting for that, it is still possible to do cellular and Wi-Fi probes, of course. And we have customers that walk around with probes in a stadium just to check both the cellular and Wi-Fi. So having that said, and again, our policy can then make intelligent decisions based on different thresholds, like this. So to conclude, I think the future is bright, especially when we work together as we do in the Wireless Broadband Alliance. So I'm looking forward to the next era of right loading. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bjorn, what a wonderful presentation, really. Thank you so very much, really, for coming by. I think you touched such important key points, really. We've been talking about these as well all the entire week, and thank you for your participation as well within the working sessions. Really good to see that you're striving to pass more control to the IDPs as well, so they can, of course, also trust much more as well Wi-Fi. Thanks so much, Johan. Okay, very good. Thank you for coming by as well.
Thanks.
All the best. Thank you. Outstanding. So I would propose that we move forward with our esteemed colleague, Idiaki Goto-san, Associate Professor in CD-ROM. Idiaki, of course, naturally works so much with us. We are very happy to have him. Let's hear from him directly in terms of data usage and open roaming in Japan. Welcome. Welcome, sir. Thank you.
Hi, hello. Actually, there's no professor position at CD-ROM Federation, at least not now. So I'm working at the university, and I studied the CD-ROM Federation. So the title is maybe different from the website. The privacy-aware data acquisition and sharing in open roaming. So I'm going to talk about something related to business models and the data usage, of course, and the privacy protection. So as you probably know, the open roaming adoption in Japan is very successful. In an early days, we deployed open roaming, actually CD-ROM access points in Kyoto, Nagano, and many cities. But after Tokyo Metropolitan Government adopted our solution, we got more and more municipal Wi-Fi. So now we have more than 10 municipal Wi-Fi. And as you can see, there are many access points in Tokyo region. And the Osaka Free Wi-Fi joined our group. And there was a Osaka Expo. It has ended a couple of days ago, but we got very nice data, like We saw authentication requests from Expo venue to the city room IDPs, about 40 authentication requests per second, so it's like scrolling, and 1.5 mega authentication requests per day, and about 30 kilo unique devices per day. And so far it looks good, but it seems okay, but unfortunately there's a great obstacle. It's about data usage. Many venue owners and municipalities want to take personal data. They want to do some analysis. So they want to know age group, gender, nationality, and the language. The language information is very important when they develop apps and device operating systems and Wi-Fi usage, location, staying time. So at a shopping mall, the owner wants to know where the users went there, and they then move to which shops. And so especially the municipalities want to know more, like travel routes and analysis of tourist sites. So what are missing? The user's consent for data usage and activity analysis. This is very important. And we need a data acquisition mechanism, which is privacy aware. And privacy aware per group data sharing is necessary, but currently there's no mechanism in open roaming. So the access point networks, access net providers and identity providers are separated in the open roaming system, and the ANPs cannot perform activity analysis or take the personal data. So we need to somehow the user's consent. We need to share the user's consent with the ANP, and there are many regulations. Legislations, rules, so like GDPR, UK GDPR, and we also have a similar rule in Japan. So what we want to do is to realize a group-based data sharing, or the per group attribute sharing. So on the left-hand side, you see the conventional system, but in the conventional system, the agreements are based on the bilateral way, but in the future, we'll have a group-based agreement. We'll see group-based system. And one use case is something like this. The user signs up for open roaming or the city roam, anything, and the user, the user goes to somewhere else. They visit nice touring sites, and the owners may provide coupons, vouchers for the owners once to the users. Once the users visit that site, but if the user stay in an apartment and they want to do something bad, but the users cannot get the vouchers. So this kind of service requires location awareness. And also the location privacy is very important. Another use case is user search and support under natural disasters. So in the disasters case, municipalities want to know where their residents are, so they want to take the user's position, location, but unfortunately the privacy protection hampers, blocks this use case. So now we have developed a three-party architecture, a three-party model. So as you see, there's IDP, access network provider, and a location broker. And the key point is that none of these three can see actual user identity and the location at the same time. So The identity provider knows the username, actual username, and service user ID. This is a kind of pseudonymous identity. And the access network provider knows the location, of course, but the access network provider should not know the username, actual username. Instead, the provider knows the pseudonym UID. Okay, but the sorry, I made a mistake. The pseudonym UID, but this is encrypted, so actually the ANP does not know the service UID. And of course, using the CUI, the ANP knows the pseudonym, kind of pseudonym UID, but this is a bit different from the typical, the normal radius CUI. And the location broker cannot see the actual username, so instead the service UID is known, and the location and attribute policies are stored in their repository. And based on the user's consent, the location broker allows the ANPs to send the location data. So the location broker does not know everything. The location may be, the location information may be different. So sometimes the user doesn't agree with the detailed location data. So only the service name is allowed to share. And the country is okay, but they don't want to, users do not want to share the town or city names. And once the access point sees the user and the user authentication is successful, a notification comes like this from ANP to the location broker, and the location broker sends the notification to the application server, and application server sends the notification to the app or user's application, and the user can get the location-aware services. So the summary, we have developed privacy-aware data acquisition and sharing systems, and now we are implementing this method, and the POC will be available maybe next month. And in the next fiscal year, starting in April, we'll invite general public to participate in this system. And we refine the architecture as well as the implementation for standardization in CD-ROM and maybe in WPA. Thank you very much.
Hideaki-san, I honestly believe this is really exciting. So location is such an important topic, yes. And you guys are being able to create a standard to provide that information to those that want that information, but keeping the privacy of the users. That's truly outstanding. We have a TOR as well. Not sure if you guys are aware. We have a TOR around location-aware Wi-Fi. I think we should absolutely discuss this much more as well in WBA. Very, very good. Sure. Any question for Hideaki-san? Okay. Totally fine. But Shriek on the Valley? Sorry. Absolutely. Yeah.
How is the app getting the token? Is it over the top?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
Is the end device getting the, you wanted to deliver some coupons, location-specific coupons, correct? Yeah. How is the client device getting the coupon? Is it over the top or HTTP?
Everything is up to the app development. So we just provide the notification mechanism, and app developers decide what to do. So the application, for example, the application user visit the site and get a notification, and the user allows the data sharing, and after that, the location data is shared with the location-aware services, and there's no definition between the location-aware services and the application. So we don't know. You can do anything.
Thank you for that. Maybe follow-up question is on the there's an ITF proposal on ePPT, privacy pass extensions.
I know.
Any relation to this? What do you think?
ePPT doesn't have a... ePPT is just for the authentication. There's a mechanism, something like that, inside, but we need a data sharing mechanism. So our system is a much broader thing.
Thank you so much.
No, fantastic. Thank you, Shri, very much. Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you, son. In that case, we'll thank you so very much once again for coming by and joining us, and we look forward to our continued cooperation. It's a pleasure, really. Thank you so much. Yeah. Absolutely. All right, that's really perfect. Then in that case, I would propose that we move forward and we invite Mr. Tyler Peterson as well to join us on stage. Tyler coming from ANSYS. Tyler will guide us through empowering telecommunication innovators to drive human advancement, and I cannot wait. Looking forward to hear your presentation, Tyler. Welcome, big welcome once again. Good to have you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Tyler. I'm a solution specialist at ANSYS. I'm going to be talking here today about some of the different products we're trying to see how we can support the telecommunication industry in. So, go on to the next one. So a little bit about me, a solution specialist. What that means is I try to help people solve their problems. It's a lot of fun to see what the pain points are and see how we can attack different scenarios based off of the demands they have. And so I'm on the new and emerging technology team at ANSYS, and I'll talk about ANSYS and Synopsys on the next slide. But what that new and emerging part means is that we've got 50 years as a company of doing high fidelity-based, physics-based analysis, and it's seeing how we can apply that technology to different areas. So one of those areas that we're talking about today is in the telecommunication industry, obviously, and there's two growing demand signals that I see in the telecommunication industry. One of them is this idea of more bandwidth, right? I think it's like 50% year-over-year growth. And it's how, with that more bandwidth and with these different networks, right, whether it's Wi-Fi, 5G, satellite, how they can all work together. So those two kind of, emerging things that are going into the telecommunication industry, I think is a great entry point for a solution like ANSYS that has that high fidelity physics-based solution to come into the community and see how we could help. In years past, maybe it was kind of okay to have a software that you could throw some access points on there and kind of call it good and do best effort. But with these lower bandwidths that are going to have lower penetration distance and these networks that are going to interact with each other in a lot more intricate way, it becomes increasingly more important to be able to understand what your actual network looks like in real time. And so we have the capability to create a digital twin, if you will, of your environment. And so this idea of a future state that would exist, and so this is one example of our software tool in a platform solution of a terrestrial environment that's interacting with satellite, and it's this interconnected, this convergence that we've been talking about for the last few days, kind of solution where a cell phone is not receiving good signal from a cell phone tower, and so satellite comes in to help, right, as that roaming partner. And so, this is the idea of being able to actually understand in real time what your network is doing, how the access points are communicating with each other, how the RAN is communicating, how the individual cell phone is getting that signal in and out. And so we're able to have a high fidelity tool in order to interact with that. So I'll explain that here in a second. Talk a little bit about our company first and then go into some of the areas that we can support. So ANSYS recently got bought by Synopsys, and so now we're the leader in silicon development and we're the leader in simulation software together. And so it's really what we call a chip silicon to systems solution. Before we were chip to systems, now with Synopsys together we're silicon to systems solution. And so, what that means is, from my perspective, I'm on the right side here, working our way down from the systems level, down to the chip or the system, or the silicon, excuse me. And we have technology in our stack that we can integrate in, all open architecture. We follow the concept of plug and play as needed. The capability we have at the silicon level and bringing that up. And so what that means is if you've got a virtual environment that you're trying to do simulation on to understand the real better, whether it's how to build it better or how to operate it better or maintain it better, how to improve it, right? We can bring in the analytics of the silicon components and then the systems and then the mission level solution all together in a streamline of information that really enables you to attack a solution in a way that you wouldn't be able to without the high fidelity understanding of that environment. So with that, here's one example of that. This is an individual that's going to be walking down a street with a cell phone, and they're talking to a antenna that's providing that information. You're seeing that real-time spectrum that they're getting. This could be expanded to thousands of access points, thousands of individuals that are moving around in an environment. And this is shown here as 2 centimeter resolution, right? And so we can go to high fidelity resolution. This is millisecond rendering of that data, and this is the real physics-based solution. So that IR is bouncing. Excuse me, the RF is bouncing off the walls. It's going through bodies. You're getting the real physics-based understanding of your environment. Another one of that inside of a building that we're showing here is an individual walking in. There's multiple access points, and they're interacting with them in real time. You're able to get an understanding of what that throughput potential is as that cell phone is walking in that person's hand. The motion of it moving. And you've got an example of a car as well. Here, and it's driving with its cameras, and then an EV tool flying around in this one, right? And so, again, all of our solutions are API, microservice, cloud native kind of solutions. So this is not something that we necessarily, have to use our entire stack for, right? We're a very, again, open architecture upbringings, and so, if you've got a concept that you want to, have something that you currently, want to have in your tech stack, we can plug in our high fidelity tool directly into your current solution, right, and provide you that extra capability. Another slew of examples that we have. The one that I'm going to really highlight here is this one here. So from a sensor data collection standpoint, it brings light to maybe the fidelity of our simulation tool. So we have a SAR that's shown here that's simulated in a simulated environment. We created a SAR imagery, and we matched that up with the actual SAR, and they were identical. And so, the level of complexity that we're able to have inside of our simulated environment is really just something you can dial up or down as needed for your use case. And then just want to speak to the breadth of our capabilities. So, I mentioned all the way from chip to system, right? We go down from the device understanding to your city or to your satellite, to your sea, airspace, whatever your application might be. For most folks here, we're talking about indoor, outdoor, and satellite coverage, right? And so it's understanding if you can have a simulated world where you have that city and you have the actual understanding of that device, right, you could potentially pull in multi-physics to that if desired as well, where in that platform that we've developed, you can understand the thermal, the structural of that chip that's inside of that system, that's, if that antenna that's, interacting with the cell phone, right? And then you can see, hey, if the chip's heating up, how is that going to interact with performance, for example, right? And so these are all things that we can put together into a simulation and have that running potentially as a digital twin real time to the real one, so that you can get a better understanding of what you're actually looking at and where your actual coverage is. And again, it's not one band specific, right? We're talking Wi-Fi, 5G, LTE, a satellite, you name it, right? We can all have that working together. So we're not a solution that's, focused just on being able to understand, Wi-Fi, for example, in a building, right? We can do it all together. And then this is kind of like my get off the stage slide. I really like this video. It kind of shows a glimpse of, in a city, all of the different components that we can have working together, interacting together, and seeing how they all interface with each other. And so I guess, the last thing I'll mention is there on the bottom is that we build out solutions based off of the needs, right? Based off of the demand signal that we see. And so telecommunication industry, I think, is one that's ready for this high level, fidelity tools, maybe more than it was previously, and it's going to increasingly become, a need here. And so we're ready and able and excited to jump in and see how we can help. Thank you.
Tyler, this is truly outstanding, I would say, right? The sky is the limit in terms of all the use cases that you can apply. I mean, I cannot stop thinking about how better this is than even Google Maps, right? So it's absolutely outstanding. So many different verticals. Let me just see, I think we have a couple of minutes, so anyone has a question to Tyler on this subject? I personally would like to understand a little bit more in terms of the business. So basically, who are your main clients? What are the best, best recommendations in terms of use case? But if there's any question, feel free, of course, to chime in. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll explain a little bit more about Synopsys and Ansys. So pretty much any hardware manufacturer in the world uses our software to build the hardware. That's really more of our physics-based solutions that we've been built on for 50 years. And so, you name a hardware device or a manufacturing facility, and they're probably using our stuff to do it, from a structural, from a thermal, from a power, that kind of standpoint. We've been built on that for the last 50 years. And about 40 years of experience in a company that we purchased about 10 years ago that was focused on a platform tool of the world, right? And so that was Sea Aerospace integration. It was more of a government focused group at the time, and we've applied that to a lot of different use cases. And so, with that, about 10 years ago, we really started transitioning our thought process away from, just the development of the hardware to how we can make that into a system-level solution, right? And so now that we have this backbone of, the #1 simulation company in the world for high-fidelity physics, how can we use that to understand a system or a mission-level solution, of what's happening in the world and how you can better solve problems that way.
Very good. Thanks so much, Tyler. Wonderful. So Tyler Peterson is around as well. If you guys then have any questions as well, don't hesitate to do so. And then I will propose that we carry on. Thank you, Tyler, once again for coming by. Thanks so much. Pleasure, really. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Thank you. Very good. I would like to invite then our esteemed colleague as well, Dr. Angelos Mavridis, to the stage. We'll have a fireside chat about sustainability. I think it's always worthwhile, and Angelos, feel free to join me here as well. I think it's always worthwhile to share with you guys. You prefer to stay here, maybe? Either way? This way?
Because of the strong light.
Light is powerful.
I try to be here.
Absolutely.
Good.
Let me see if this is good like this. Okay? Let's see.
Okay. Well, okay. It's up to you.
Maybe too far away.
Yeah.
All right. Angelos Mavridis, right? So we've worked, I think, together since 2018. So Angelos has been a very long time member of this entire industry. He's worked for Deutsche Telekom, has created, as is well known, the first roaming agreement between Deutsche Telekom and Portugal Telecom back in 2002. Has been aboard 2004. Oh, there you go, 2004. But still so early, right? Unbelievable. And has been a board member as well in WBA, representing Deutsche Telekom since 2019 to 2023. And nowadays has dedicated his time as well after retiring from Deutsche Telekom towards studying sustainability. So, Angelos, when we hear sustainability, right? So, what is really about this topic that is so big, right? And sometimes people can roll their eyes, right? So what's really about sustainability, and how would you like to frame it in terms of what are really the key points for you?
Yes, okay, thank you, Pedro. Yes, I welcome you to a travel to a different world from which we saw yesterday, today. Because sustainability, this is a little bit different from what we had so far. So what I'm saying here, being also let's say WBA advice on sustainability, does not mean in this moment that this is an official statement of the WBA. It's my, for a wide range, my personal statements as a citizen, as an engineer, and as an expert. So I go back a little bit in the history, because everybody says sustainability, oh, not again. That there's a myth, this is it destroys the economy, etc., etc. So the story starts in 1988, when the United Nations founded the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. This is an organization which every few years produces a report about the publications around the climate change. So they do not do their own research, they read the documents, then they produce and they give recommendations to governments around the world. Then we have the ESG, which everybody knows, environmental, social, and governance topic, which again is very old. It was first time mentioned in 2004, a report, Who Cares Wins. This report was initiated by United Nations and financial institutions, which wanted to see how the profit of the companies and of the financial institutions will be increasing or not in the future. And in 2015, the United Nations accepted the 17 goals on the so-called Sustainable Development Goals, which address many topics like poverty, like water, like energy, like climate. And on this part, I'm going to focus, the climate change. And because this is what affects or matters everybody every day. Many people say there is no climate change. Okay. I think we have to go back to the origins, what causes what is called climate change. Does somebody knows Eunice Newton Foote? No? No? Nobody? Oh, okay, I tell you. She was an American scientist. She was born beginning of the, I think, 1816 in Connecticut and died later 1888 in Massachusetts. She published a document where she made experiments and she saw what influenced the temperature of gases. First of all, he put some bottles, let's say, in the sunshine, and then he saw this is the temperature. Then she added water vapor in this, and then in the same situation, the temperature inside this bottle was higher. And then she added also carbon dioxide, it became even higher. She couldn't even find out that the bottle with air and carbon dioxide needed a longer time to cool down. So she demonstrated for the first time, and she published a paper 1856 in, I can tell you how it is called. It was the first paper, Circumstances Affecting the Heat of the Sun's Rays, 1856, in the American Journal of Science and Arts. It was the first document, scientific document in the United States written by women. So it was 1856, 1861, the Irish guy John Tyndall discovered also the effect of infrared radiation, and he understood more or less what is happening. And 1901, a Norwegian scientists called the whole effect greenhouse. This is what we say greenhouse. So if we consider this, that say air with carbon dioxide is getting warmer than the normal air, we have the origin of what is happening if we push carbon dioxide in the air. And she did this study because she was thinking, what is going to happen to the climate in the time of the Industrial Revolution where coal was burned? So, looking at this, we can see that following this, the rest is thermodynamics. So people which started some engineering, they know about this. If you have steam, you can put more, the temperature goes up. If the temperature is up, you can put more steam. Steam means energy, means power. So the floods or the strong winds, what's happening around the world, suddenly they're just a physical result of this accumulation, of this chain along so many years.
I think it's a wonderful, really, position that you're bringing here, really. I think at some point in time, right, we think, how is it really so important, really, to reduce this emission, right, to impact the climate change? And then we can shortly as well then move it towards, okay, the business perspective, right? Why should it matter for companies as well?
Okay. Yes. So different governments around the world are doing something or are doing nothing in order to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases, which are mainly 80%. This is coal dioxide, and 10% is methane. So some people say we do nothing, others they say we do something, and I must say that also quite often politicians are doing stupid things because they plan to do the 10th step before having completed the second one. So in principle, there are studies of WGC supported by AT&T, Verizon, Deutsche Telekom, BT, Accenture, which demonstrated already a few years ago that ITC, that means IT and communications, can contribute to the reduction of emissions, and in the same time that let's say the revenues of the companies will increase. We can control a better production of power generation, of water cleaning, of many things. And what is important is to see what can we do as an organization working in wireless communications. For this reason, the European Parliament initiated the so-called European Grid Digital Coalition between the institutions and well-named companies around the world in order to develop a science-based methodology in calculating the net impact of ITC in reducing the greenhouse emissions. There are BT, there are Google Insights, Cisco, Nokia, Ericsson, Capgemini, Siemens, Uber, and many other companies involved. And the methodology was published last year, and it addressed this topic in 6 business sectors, which were buildings and construction, transportation, agriculture, manufacturing, power energy, and smart cities. And additionally, now the topic of health is added. So they developed a general methodology, which is different slightly from a methodology, for example, from the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. But what the nice thing is that it addresses the use of ITC in vertical business sectors. So in what your customers, if you're a manufacturer or an operator, want to achieve using ITC, because the obligations of many business sectors to reduce emissions is given by law or in order to reduce their costs effectively. So this is the effect that you can increase, let's say, your business if you support your customer in the way he wants to do it, and in order to achieve the goals he sets by himself or the targets that are given to him.
Absolutely. I think it's an important concept, right? We need to expand it further in terms of this GCD methodology. So maybe just to wrap up now in terms of what is really the key mission that we're trying to accomplish, right? In terms of collaboration, how would you like to unfold the next steps, right, for the industry to come together?
Yes. So my recommendation to the WBA is to work on this topic and to learn how to use the methodology. we see that today IoTs and Hello devices are getting into industrial applications, which for a big part they are not which were not addressed so far until now, because we looked on nomadic users, on travelers, on high-speed bandwidth applications. And learning out of this, we can see how this can be applied also to more complicated cases. So my recommendation is to start with small use cases like the Hello Working Group plans, or carries out already in Japan, in the US, and then to go forward. So for example, I'm allowed to say this, that they are introducing Hello to check pipelines in Saudi Arabia. So instead of having big, large equipment, big batteries and solar planes every few kilometers, they can use smaller Hello-based devices with smaller planes covering a longer distance from access point to access point. And this is a new business. Of course, it does not mean, okay, it replaces perhaps another business, but I think technical innovation is just a fact, which we support, all of us.
Absolutely. So Angus, I think we can leave it here. We are so thankful as well for the really important message that you're bringing as well to the team. Also for the program proposal, as you have alluded to, that has been developed between yourself with the Wi-Fi Hello team in WBA. They are also doing a tremendous job in terms of showcasing the power of technology, how efficient it is as well. So we can leave it here and appreciate all your time.
Yes,
really.
thank you very much.
We carry on.
So the WBA members, I think they're capable to do so, because it has also a variety from hospitality, transportation, airline industries, etc., etc. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Angus. Very good.
Questions? Questions?
Is there any question to Angus? Sorry, I was looking at the time, but any question? Okay, that's totally fine as well. I'm very, very thankful, Angus.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Thanks so much. Cheers. Wonderful. So I would propose that we move forward. We are precisely on time. And we have our final session for the day in the morning. We'd like to invite our esteemed colleagues, Mark Hamilton from CommScope, Mark Didio from Helium, and Howard Buzik from American Bandwidth. We'll have a panel around convergence and intelligence. I'm very, very eager to this panel as well. Welcome, guys. Feel free to join us here and pick your places. Welcome as well. Good morning as well. Hello. Good to see you.
First choice. Lots of choices.
Comfortable chairs.
All right.
All right, so these topics, they really intertwine between themselves, right? And we've been talking so much over the years about convergence, about access network metrics, more recently, absolutely. But I thought maybe let's start. You guys already know them most likely, but I think it's always worthwhile to give you guys a chance to talk a little bit about yourself, about what is most important to you guys in terms of your key immediate priorities, right? So would you like to introduce yourselves a little bit and start there?
Sure, who goes first?
Howard, possibly.
Okay, first.
That's fine.
Yeah, my name is Howard Buzik. Nice to meet you all. I am co-founder of a little company called American Bandwidth. My background is starting back in about 2009. I started trying to help mobile operators get their devices onto Wi-Fi networks. I was involved in getting them on those networks using Passpoint starting around 2013, 2014, and been trying to just pursue that vision of convergence of cellular and Wi-Fi in particular. And that's really developed into, especially given the difficulties in 5G spectrum penetrating walls, an indoor coverage solution that's kind of obvious, and I'm happy to dig into those details in this conversation.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Thanks so much, Howard. Mark? Yeah.
Thanks, everybody. My name is Mark Hamilton with Ruckus Networks, which is, as you know, has gone through a convolution of different companies, but the segment of CommScope at this point. I've been with Ruckus for about 10 years and focused on their representation of various standards bodies, including the WBA, where I've been involved in several groups, including the Access Network Metrics that we'll talk about in a minute. I'm also quite involved at the Wi-Fi Alliance. I chair the Passpoint groups there. And one of my big passions is the Passpoint integration and, in general, the convergence that brings for Wi-Fi into the bigger ecosystems that we've been discussing here. Also very involved with the IEEE itself. My background is is an engineer. I'm an introvert, bear with me, but very involved at the low-level spec work at the IEEE for 802.11 as well. Chair of the architecture group there, and involved in several other groups. My background in Wi-Fi goes back to actually the late 90s. So I'm a big proponent of Wi-Fi, have been living with Wi-Fi for many years, and like to see it move and become a major player in the whole ecosystem.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Marco. Mario? Yeah.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mario. I am the General Manager of Network at Helium, which is probably the less known company amongst these great others here. My background in Wi-Fi has been quite some time. Prior to joining Helium, I used to work for a long time at Cable Labs, helping the cable operators. That's where I kind of got my hands dirty in Passpoint and 5G and all the things that that entailed. And then recently, 3 years ago, I came over here to manage their network team. So what do we do at Helium? I think it's probably better use of time than just blabbing about where I'm from. But so Helium essentially is a combination of many things. It's this idea of decentralizing the build out of a wireless network. So they started to do this, pardon me, in 2019 with IoT, with LoRa. And the idea behind is that can I incentivize people to deploy hardware in the field using blockchain and cryptocurrencies as a way to incentivize. Kind of a crazy idea in a way, and definitely new for me, like definitely different background. But what they proved to the world is that from 2019 to 2017, when the blockchain launched, to 2019, they grew the IoT network worldwide to over 1 million hotspots. We call them hotspots in the human lingo. And from there, they move over the mobile, and that's where I came on board. We started with CBRS. That was they tried to do the same thing with CBRS, and for a variety of reasons that we'll probably take another panel and to discuss. We landed on Wi-Fi, and especially when I joined, and now we do have about 120,000 hotspots in the US. We serve several carriers, as well as in Mexico. And so what makes it very interesting is that the ability of onboarding and essentially federating Wi-Fi networks that we don't own, that Helium does not own, yet we are able to federate in a fast way and in scaling in less than a year to those type of numbers, and we're scaling even more quarter over quarter. And so what makes it very interesting here is that what started as a necessity, I think I said this yesterday for us, which is how do I manage a network that I don't directly control, brought us to look at quality of service metrics as a way for us to have a look and to potentially shape that incentive mechanism in a way that if you have good metrics of your backhaul, if you have good metrics of your access side, you get more reward from the blockchain. And from there, we landed into together with Mark, that of course he said he's leading the access metrics, and my colleague Joey Padden in here in the WBA, which was a forum they already knew very well, as a great forum for that. So yeah, kind of an interesting combination. We do also have our own MVNO in the United States, which is called Helium Mobile. We launched them that 3 years ago, and we use that as a primary example of how to use Wi-Fi offload, as well as we offload several other carriers.
Absolutely. Thanks so much really for the introduction. So you guys can see that we have clearly different verticals, right? So different approaches, of course, the decentralized approach, of course, that I think is really important to clarify from the get-go, because even though it's getting more predominant, there's still a lot of people that are not really aware of how it works, all the concepts, right? We have as well the enterprise OEM manufacturer perspective that we'll be addressing as well from the enterprise standpoint, right? But also we'll get a little bit into AI, and then we have as well the Wi-Fi DAS and how the value that it can bring as well internally for indoor connectivity, and we'll talk a little bit about public safety more with Howard. So maybe for the next question, I would like to hand over a question for everyone equally, and feel free guys to take it away as you prefer. Basically what we are trying to understand is what's really happening with convergence, right? So once again, we talk so much about this topic, what is the status, right? And basically picking up on this point specifically, so if the operators would have total let's imagine utopically, right? So total transparency in terms of what's happening indoor across all different radio access technologies. Do you think that would be sufficient really for accomplishing convergence? What are your thoughts here in terms of where we are, what is needed, right? Maybe back to Howard or either way. Howard?
Well, if you talk to the executive folks at the average mobile operator, they'll say things like, you know, give it 10 years and Wi-Fi will be gone and replaced by 5G and 6G. So I don't think that there's a huge appetite for using alternative radio technologies, unlicensed ones they don't control. This is maybe not every individual inside of these mobile operators, but it's a surprising number. And you ask them, hey, can you walk me through the assumptions that drive you to this massive technology going away in 10 years? And it's not a fun conversation. It's more of like an internal marketing that they're going through. So if we put all the pieces together, if there was an ANDSF or an ATSSS deployment out there that was actually working, they would still be resistant, is kind of my take on it. But the other reality is that Wi-Fi has already won the battle for indoor wireless. And the people on the ground are the ones making the decisions now. So if you think about it, even the way you look at CBRS, the way the carriers were kind of paying for it, when it came to neutral host MOCN models, you would pay the money to, maybe it's $1 or more a square foot to deploy the technology. And if you designed it exactly the way they specified, then when they would hook up to it and send traffic over it, but they would pay you nothing. And that's the CBRS model. So for Wi-Fi, we're finding more and more ways to connect the carrier's devices to those networks and provide a really high quality experience. And with new components like access metrics, being pragmatic, right? Knowing that ATSSS is not coming, what do you do to provide meaningful information on the quality of those networks to the mobile operators so they can hold their noses and use it? And that's what it comes down to, though. And I think that if you look at the typical medium to large size building with an enterprise-grade Wi-Fi deployment, with Wi-Fi 6, it has 4 to 5 times the capacity necessary. With Wi-Fi 6E and 7, it has more like 9 times the capacity necessary to serve that traffic. So these access network metrics reports that will be coming through as the various ODMs and OEMs release that capability, it's going to be really boring. You know, this building has 200 megabits up and down and 10 milliseconds latency every 15 minutes, all day long. So, but I think what it comes down to, though, is that because the economics require the venue to pay for it, the mobile operators won't have much of a choice. Otherwise, they'll be losing subscribers that have needs. So that's at a high level from my perspective.
But it's very interesting, really, to understand the competitive dynamic as well, to understand the internal reality of the operator, right? The sometimes friction that exists, right? Thanks so much, Howard. Fantastic. So let's hear from Mark if you have a thought here. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'd probably just mostly pull on those same thoughts. It's very largely end user driven. I agree. And we are all used to carrying around multiple devices, some of which are doing cellular and Wi-Fi, some of which are Wi-Fi only. And we're expecting our world to be seamless around these different types of devices and our different use cases. So we need to wander out in the outdoors in the large-scale environments, but we also need to cover the indoors. And Howard's absolutely right that the operator mentality or view of the indoor solution is to find a way to somehow penetrate into the building rather than leveraging the technologies that are already there. And what we have to do is figure out how to bridge that gap. I go back to Johan from EMEA gave us a very good introduction to this session. You know, how do we get the operators across that chasm of realizing that no, it's in fact to their benefit to get across that indoor coverage issue and give them the information and the confidence that they need to believe that that will provide the customer experience. They're not going to get a black eye from the problem, and in fact, that's what their customers are expecting. And today, as end users, we all deal with it, and we force our devices back and forth, and we're aware of the situation that when I'm in one situation or another situation, I have to get on one technology or the other, and frankly, it drives people crazy. as I mentioned earlier, being very much a technologist, I have to keep reminding myself to talk to the, how do I describe this to my mother, right? And this concept that it would be just a seamless thing that as you, across those environments, it just works, is foreign to the end users. And that's the gap that we need to cross and convince that community to push the operators into the world where it in fact truly is seamless. And things like the access network metrics is a first step to giving the operators the information they need to have that level of confidence that this can work. And then we need to take it to the next levels of actually integrating the systems themselves.
Fantastic, absolutely. Very good insight as well, totally in agreement, right? So also we need to, of course, to talk about access network metrics, such a transformative point really to helping the operators. So we'll get more into it. So besides myself talking, let's hear from Mario, absolutely.
Well, it's interesting when you're on this end of the panel. Yesterday I was there. Gets much harder. Like I agree. What can I do smart is different than what
we start next time with
But I think that fundamentally beyond what they, of course, I agree with about the seamless integration and the indoor propagation. So I think it's useless for me to say it again. There's one aspect that I've been thinking about is like, probably all of you are aware, but this idea of network metrics is this idea of bringing this like capability of measuring how the users are doing in real time on the access side. Helium specifically developed also other network metrics on the backhaul that we carry over to the carrier. But there is another aspect. I think there is like is a necessary step for convergence, is not a sufficient one. Mm-hmm. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I go back to a conversation that I had right before this with, I think, Bruno. It's about the operation stack as well, which at the end of the day, when this needs to be, if we want to have carriers to adopt, at the end of the day, this goes back to the people in the NOC.
Exactly.
The people in the operations that when they're used to monitor and operate a network that looks blue when it's okay, looks red when it's not okay, and I click on the red and I can provision the different configuration. That is the biggest selling point probably for things that I agree with how the problem never happened like ATSSS, but that's a selling point. It's like the same stack. All you have to do is just buy more feature from us, right? But I think that if we want to have a chance to actually make convergence after we talked about it for the last 10 years, is we need to figure out a way to integrate provisioning and integrate operation of the networks. Mm-hmm. There is a beautiful, great working group about the specific focus is for MDU about manage Wi-Fi.
Exactly.
I was talking to the head of the group because there is a lot of things about provisioning in that way that could be very interesting in a convergent side and not just for MDUs. And there is the operation part. Like how do we make sure that those Camara API interfaces, that maybe standards like ONAP and all sorts of different things that can be utilized across different accesses can look the same from a point of view of the operation. Once we win that battle, then I think the benefits of a seamless connectivity, which is right now is the norm. Like I don't want to deal with going in and out of Wi-Fi and clicking button on my phone, or the indoor coverage that I agree with ours. Like it gets boring when you have like 200 megabit per second up and down and less than 10 millisecond latency all day long when you try so desperately today to penetrate the building from the outside in. Like, why? Sure. But you got to win. At a certain point, we're going to have to win the operation battle as well to actually make it happen.
Makes a little sense, Mario, and you mentioned that as well. I recall I think on the Access Network Metrics meeting as well, makes a little sense that operational and human side of the thing as well. Totally to understand. Thank you guys really for as well the complementary perspectives, right? Maybe we can start now with Mark once again and we go the other way around. and now we'll get into a more specialized pattern, right? So basically, when we talk once again about the Helium business model, right? So and the decentralized infrastructure, I think you alluded to this point already briefly. So you guys have these carrier partners, right? So they expect reliability, they expect stability, right? And you don't control the network. And maybe, I'm not sure if you know the people, but most likely you know, right? So how do you guys assure that QoS, that stable QoS, so actually such serious organizations such as the carriers can actually do the offload, right, and trust the network?
It's definitely an evolving conversation, an evolving discussion. That's what what it was a necessity turned into some sort of like innovation that we're doing here together with all the others. Yeah, absolutely, the SLA of those networks. But look, I mean, it's true, in the decentralized world where you don't necessarily have the direct relationship one-to-one with the people that deploy devices or that they convert their devices to be part of Helium, it gets in an extreme way. So the way we do it, we really double down on those metrics to be aligned with the incentive. So what does it mean? It means that, for example, today, if you wanted to be qualified to do offload from carriers on Helium, you have to have 100 megabit per second symmetrical on your upload and download speed and less than 30 millisecond latency. It's like that is a rule within the Helium network that needs to be that way in order for people to be able to be eligible to offload carriers. So once you start doing these things, what you notice is that just like human behavior, like you're quote unquote training the base to do things in a certain way so that they can qualify for the type of. And so what we're seeing is that it's actually happening, and now we have, we just had we haven't published yet. We're going to publish in the next couple of days. But there was the New York Marathon, I think it was Sunday, and we follow what offload happened how the offload happened during the marathon. We're going to have a little bit of graphic, but all of that is possible because we can trust those offload in that way, and we can start creating those intelligent decisions, which again, ultimately, it is a discussion also with the carriers about how they want to use those metrics, and we have a lot of carriers, some of the carriers, they're very future-looking and they're already trialing things in a very, very futuristic way, which is beautiful to see. But yeah, ultimately, it's about how do you, if that becomes your primary objective, then everything else stems from that. And I think it's an extreme way for the centralized network because it's that, but it's true for any type of network, really. Even the mid to big size, sure, maybe you have a phone number that you can call if something goes wrong. But it's fundamentally is the same thing. And if it becomes a requirement that comes from the carrier, then everything else will kind of follow through.
Absolutely. So one of the things, right, before moving as well to Mark, is that for those that are not aware, and I think that's the case, so the incentive is basically farming the token, right?
Correct.
With Helium, right? How the decentralized model works, yeah, absolutely. So they're getting a compensation, right, for actually providing that connectivity.
That's correct.
Wonderful. Thanks so much, Mario.
No, well, thank you.
Very well. So Mark, in terms of the enterprise world, right, one of the things I'd love to hear from you as well is how you see the AI really coming into play. Right. So one of the key questions would be if you could preview what is like a truly AI native enterprise network, what would you like to see?
Okay. When we get into the world of AI, it pulls perfectly on what Mario was just talking about those metrics and pulling out that information and applying it. And I'm going to go down a rabbit hole for a minute here, and then bear with me. I'm going to take you guys with me. Go back to the how do I explain these things to my mother analogy. We all remember 10, 15, 20 years ago, whatever it was, showing my age here, where in the NOC centers, we all had this picture of 20 technicians sitting at desks staring at a big wall, which had a big map of their coverage area region with little dots on it that were turning red and green and blue or whatever. And the guy walking around with the "can you hear me now" thing, right? But this was how we managed and how we planned and deployed networks and tested them out. It has moved from that. And back to my mother analogy. So she grew up on a farm in rural Wisconsin, and her brother's a truck driver, a long-haul truck driver, so she understands, okay, we're going to plan out what to do with the long-haul truck service. Somebody sits down with a pad of paper and they figure out where their trucks are and where they need to go and lays this all out. And this is, draws it on a map, and this is the equivalent of the NOC center. She understands, she can relate those. But the world has changed, and we've moved forward now. It got too complex. We're moving into 4G, 5G, 6G. We're getting off of macro cells. We're getting into microcells and femtocells, and we've got highly directed ground level stuff going on in the cellular operators. the explosion of the level of complexity has just gotten to the point where you can't sit at a big knock center desk looking at a map that just doesn't fly anymore with the "can you hear me now" guy. So the analogy here is, okay, forget your brother who does long-haul trucking. Let's talk about you grew up on a dairy farm. Okay, the dairy farm's got whatever, a couple hundred head of cattle. The farmer understands those cattle relatively well. 20 years ago, the analogy again, you knew each one by name. You named them all. You knew which ones were sick or not feeling well that day. We're past that, right? We've got too many cows now to deal with that. So it's instrumented, and we've got systems that are automatically detecting and tracking which cows are doing which way. We've got automatic milking machines that hook up and measure the production coming out of the dairy cows and can relate all that information. A lot of back-end systems that are connecting this stuff. But it's all still very rules-based. It's all very, my colleague yesterday gave a presentation describing the big spreadsheet with 50 columns of data on it that has now turned into hundreds of thousands of columns. But it's that level of information gathering and the rule-based systems that could keep up when we were dealing with just the dairy farm cows in the world in rural Wisconsin. But the reality is where we're really going as we start talking about convergence with Wi-Fi, and we're trying to pull the operator community into our Wi-Fi world, is now we're talking about hundreds of thousands of devices, and tens of thousands of access points that are making independent decisions, I'll call it. Again, it's just very raw, rudimentary, rules-based stuff down at the access point level. But they're adjusting and they're reacting to load-based changes, environmental changes, things that are happening on the ground. And this stuff is just this moving, dynamic world that the farmer who knows 200 cows can't keep up with. What it is we've got, forget about the cows in the field, now we've got the old analogy, herding cats, right? We've got, your farm field is full of thousands of cats that are all making completely random, independent decisions. The cows were very predictable. You headed them all toward the barn and they all kind of went. Forget about that with cats, right? Forget about that with Wi-Fi access points. They're making completely autonomous decisions based on very low-level granularity information. And worse yet, your farm field full of cats has all these field mice in it that are completely distracting the cats. Those are the environmental situations, right? The environmental scenario that the APs is living with is constantly moving out from under them. The hospitality deployments, which we're very popular in the hospitality world, people are bringing in their own rogue AP and setting up in their hotel room. And up pops, daily, dozens of rogue APs are suddenly showing up in the environment. And the hotel hospitality network has to adjust and figure out how to react to that. In healthcare, you've got a major hospital deployment. The orderlies start rolling these big metal carts full of dinner down the middle of the aisle, right, delivering dinner trays to everybody in their rooms in the hospital. And suddenly the multipath environment is just going crazy on you. And again, Wi-Fi network is trying to adapt to this stuff. And without the AI systems, so finally bringing it back to your question, without the AI systems, that's all happening. There's these independent cats that are running around in the field, and 6 of them see that mouse that just popped up out of a hole, and the field mouse is running. And all 6 of them bounce on it and jump in different directions, and it's this chaotic mess, right? What we need to do is to bring the next level of processing and understanding in the back-end systems to solve this problem. You can't do it with spreadsheets anymore, let alone the guy walking around doing the "can you hear me now?" What we need is agentic AI so that we really have some managed and coordinated intelligence and control happening at that very low level of responding and reacting in real time to what's going on. And that's where the requirement to handle the complexity of these situations shows up, and why we need the AI systems, and more importantly, the agentic AI, which is truly being responsive and reactive. It's not just AI planning anymore. But dealing with, okay, a field mouse popped up, I can't have 6 cats all pouncing on it at the same time. I need 1 cat to deal with that field mouse, and the other ones to kind of go the other direction and work together to solve these problems. I need my access points to understand this big metal cart that's rolling down the middle of the aisle and not react independently, but react as a system. And that's where the AI stuff shows up, and especially in the enterprise situations as you were describing. And I'll roll it all the way back to giving the operators confidence that these systems are dependable. We need that level of stability and bringing, it is a chaotic world. That's a good thing, actually. Let's leverage that chaos into a system that can deliver the kind of performance and confidence and give them the information back out of the systems that it is performing, that lets them be able to depend on it and rely on it as part of their system.
So we knew about the likely analogies, but I think that's been outstanding. So we are so used to hear from Mark in terms of Passpoint and QoS that all of a sudden, I really can relate a lot with the analogy, and I shall never forget it. I will never forget it. It's very, very good.
My interjectory second, because I think Mark said something very important about the agentic AI, and I'm just going to take 30 seconds, but like, one of the things that probably is overlooked is the fact that if you just try to apply AI the way you interact today with AI, to things like tabular things, like metrics and stuff like that, it's not quite work. So because we've been trying to do, we are in the midst of trying as well. One of the things we have to do actually is going straight to agentic, because what you need to do from the tabular version that doesn't quite work in a tokenized world with context and things like that. I'm happy to go in details if everybody is interested later. But essentially, you have to create a 2-layer approach in order to apply AI for something tabular like metrics. Mm-hmm. And so the agentic part comes in as a way to essentially make sense out of the tabular metrics into something else that then is the actual AI, the interactive. That's why, rolling back to the operation side, if we call stations and UE, it's already a big problem when you try to deal with it. So let's agree on nomenclature. Let's agree on how these tabular things look like, because the AI agent that work on it, they'll be able to act and be more efficient. Absolutely. Just starting from stations and UEs, for example, would be a great first step towards that. Just to not confuse those agentic AI. Anyway, I hope I didn't take
No, that's fantastic, really. Thanks so much for this. Okay, fantastic. So I'd love to hear now from Howard as well, and maybe we can mix two components here. So let's go back to indoor. So traditionally, the decentralized antenna system, right, could be a cellular system, right? So what is the way you see it with your unique value proposition with American Bandwidth? And also would love to invite you to talk a little bit about public safety. So I know that yesterday we were also participating on a webinar about the topic, right? And leading that topic. Very quickly in WBA, we also have a work in terms of mission critical emergency services, and that has always been something that somehow Wi-Fi seemed to lack, right? So how do you guys address it, right?
Okay, well, so it's a 2-part question. So yes. The first part is how does a Wi-Fi network act like a distributed antenna system indoors, right? So at the base level, when we started doing this, obviously I was at Boingo Wireless when we first started rolling this out in about 2014, when iPhones and Androids started supporting the Passpoint standard. And back then, Boingo was, I would say, doing leading edge, high quality Wi-Fi network management that nobody else was able to do at the time. But in the ensuing 10 years plus, there's a whole community that's built a set of best practices based upon what Boingo was doing a decade ago. And with what's happening with the most modern access points and controllers, they're automating and adding machine learning and AI so that these are highly resilient networks that are out there. So I'd say the most active vertical that American Bandwidth deploys is K through 12 school districts. And these folks all got E-rate funding during COVID. And so they have gigabit backhauls in all these schools. They've got the most modern Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 6E networks, 200 megabit speeds up and down, and they're all following best practices, doing RF designs, and thinking about capacity and coverage and doing all these things. It needs to catch up a bit more, though. And what has to happen next is that because this is not just a communications network that we're putting devices on automatically, but it becomes a public safety network as well. When a first responder comes into a school, we're connecting them to that Wi-Fi network using Passpoint. And they've been putting APs in the classrooms, but in an emergency, people might be crowding in stairwells or in bathrooms or in the parking garage. And nobody's thought to design a network to include that in what they do. If there's a fire, have you designed that network so that it's resilient? Does the conduit survive 2 hours of fire, of a certain temperature? Or is there a battery backup that lasts more than 45 minutes? So we've been working with some groups, especially in the Safer Buildings Coalition, say, how do we go in and harden these networks because they're now necessary for public safety? We're starting to move that direction ourselves in 2 ways. One is that we try to replicate what happens for first responder devices on cellular, in that we recognize that it's a FirstNet device. We put them on a protected VLAN. We use quality of service metrics to make sure their packets don't have to queue for too long, especially in an emergency situation. So we're implementing that today with our customers. And then we found that for those device manufacturers that are putting energy into 802.11mc LCI, that we can generate a huge value. So the webinar we did last night happened to be a Cisco Meraki implementation we did, but we're doing this together with a couple of other big manufacturers as well. We can now put in a specific latitude and longitude and floor number into every access point. So, and then basically the phones are treating every access point like a miniature GPS satellite to triangulate its location, so it knows within a few meters where that device is and what floor they're on. And that's really important because right now under E911, when you dial 911, it actually ignores your SIM card. It finds the 2G carrier with the strongest signal in that location. Thank God 800 megahertz penetrates walls. And so they get that phone. So like maybe you're a AT&T subscriber, but the call goes over to Verizon. Verizon does the cell tower triangulation and sends that call to the nearest 911 call center or PSAP. And that when that happens, the phone actually sends a SIP packet, a payload that has the precise location of that phone.
That's outstanding.
So then when the first responders come, they know what floor to go to and what room number to go to save that person in distress. And the FCC did an analysis of this. They say that saving 1 minute of arrival time for a first responder, it saves like 10,000 lives.
Unbelievable.
So we're starting to implement that as well. And so we believe that's because Wi-Fi is now taking more responsibly for all these services indoors, communication and public safety. There's more work for us to do to really enhance that.
It's really outstanding, yeah. Really exciting to know as well that you can get such a level of precision that is, of course, so important, of course. Very good. So guys, I was actually looking at the time, but I think we already passed. I'm naturally so thankful, really. I think it's been wonderful. We have had this different verticalized approach, but we cannot thank you guys enough, really, for all the time, to Howard, to Mark, and Mario. I hope you guys, of course, have had an excellent event. Hope you guys feel free as well in the hallway, in the sideway, right, to talk with them as well, leave any other remarks. And thank you so very much once again for your time, okay? Wonderful. Thank you all.
So hopefully this session will make justice to being the last one of our event. And the reason I say this is because we are visioning the future. So seamless and interoperable wireless experiences. And I believe for us at this stage, the focus will be a lot about 6G and Wi-Fi 8. And that is one reason why we are talking about these technologies. So 5G naturally is getting its momentum of, stabilization, and 6G is still too far away. Wi-Fi 7 has been thriving. Wi-Fi 8 was announced. So guys, yeah, we are crossroads with many things here, and hopefully our panelists and speakers will help us shape what WB is trying to do on this front. So very quickly, the event is here hosted by the WBA CTO Innovation Forum. For those of you that did not follow earlier, we launched earlier this year the 6G vision. It has gotten impressive results in terms of market awareness, where I think really the industry wants to come together and make this 6G Wi-Fi interworking convergence work. If you didn't download it, please do so. We also kick off the 6G project. Then on the Innovation Forum, the scope is really to bring different perspectives. I have one challenge for you. So if you are in this room, we need to hear your perspective during the panel. So don't leave without saying something. We'll make it really dynamic, but that's why the forum was built, to bring more outside perspectives. We applied the concept of open innovation, so all the discussions here are fed back into our working groups, and the chair of the CTO Innovation Forum, Derek, will tell you why it was created and the progress we also had so far. So this is the beginning. I'm really pleased to have Dean Bubley joining us, founder and director at Disruptive Analysis, for our spotlight on what all this means. So Dean, very warm welcome to WVA once again and the Innovation Forum.
Thank you, Bruno. I'm an industry analyst and advisor. I cover lots of things, but one of the things I spend most of my time on is the evolution of wireless technologies, whether that's Wi-Fi, whether it's cellular, a whole range of other things, and things like spectrum that are associated with it. And I've been doing a lot of work on evolution to 6G. What does 6G mean, either in terms of the radio? I'm doing some work at the moment on this phrase AI native and what it actually means and what it could deliver. But there's a particular part of the 6G roadmap called ubiquitous connectivity that I think is particularly relevant to this forum. And it's something that I want to drill into a little bit more, just to sort of set the scene and the context. So the first thing is, when you start talking to people about 6G, you will see this diagram appear. So this came from the ITU, the International Telecom Union. They have a group called Working Party 5D, which sets essentially the definitions and requirements for each G. Only they call it IMT, Generations of International Mobile Telecommunications. And the official name for 6G is IMT 2030. 5G was IMT 2020. We've had IMT 2000 and IMT Advanced and so on. And so what they've done this time around is they've taken the old 5G triangle, which was sort of mobile broadband and massive IoT and ultra-reliable low-latency communications, then expanded it to a hexagon and added a circle around it. And sorry, the quality is not great, but there's like lots of aspirational things. And bear in mind, the ITU is a group that is run by the ITU is governmental agencies, regulatory people, ministers of communications, and so on. And they had some huge, massive diplomatic process to try to come out of this, reconciling people from around the world with different interests. And they came up with this whole bunch of, like a wish list of what should it do. And some of it is like, well, immersive communications is basically mobile broadband with a bit of AR, VR. Massive communications, or ultra-massive, whatever they call it, they're going from ultra-reliable low latency in 5G, which doesn't actually commercially exist, to hyper-reliable. I mean, yeah, so some real galaxy brain stuff there. This one is important, though, ubiquitous connectivity. And there's a bunch of other stuff which is sort of aspirations. Ubiquitous intelligence is the idea that 6G in somehow should redefine AI and distributed computing. And this is sort of the cellular industry or their political supporters reaching towards the world of cloud. And there's a few other things here around connecting underconnected, which is reasonable, sustainability. Yeah, it's a good list of stuff. The problem is, this does not necessarily correspond to what's happening in the real world. And so I work, and I'm one of the people that set up a group called 6G Reset, which was trying to redefine 6G to be appropriate for the real world and the real problems. And if you think about 2030, what will the world look like in 2030, irrespective of 6G or wireless technology? First thing is, AI is going to be pretty much everywhere and for everything. That's happening on its own without any help or input from the wireless industry, frankly. Yeah, it's the NVIDIAs and it's the Metas and the Googles and the chipset and data center companies, Equinix and so on, that are doing that. We will have fiber, not everywhere, but a good approximation of everywhere. So there's going to be an awful lot of things hanging off the end of fiber, whether it's in homes or businesses. Anyone's guess on macroeconomic and geopolitical trends, but we can't ignore them. So there's a lot of that stuff that's going to be happening between now and then, which is unpredictable. AR, VR, despite Apple announcing a new version of its AR glasses yesterday and the new Ray-Bans from Meta, it's all very nice, but it's not going to be redefining the world in 5 years' time. It'll be a bit more important today. And so there's all these things that are going on, irrespective of 6G. And so you end up with these sort of understanding there's like 3 philosophies for 6G. There is the sort of mostly the things that come from academia and some vendors, which is dial everything up to 11. This is the hyper reliability side of things. It's the AR, VR immersive teleportation, it's been called. The best one I saw was a slide which talked about the Internet of Nano-Bio Things. I'm not making this up. Anyway, I've heard about people talk about not just space-based communication, but underwater as well. Yeah, basically, anyone who had anything to do with communication was going, me, please include me in 6G, because I want to get my thing included. So I stereotype it as the metaverse for dolphins philosophy. At the other end, you've got European mobile operators who basically say, we quite like to have 6G, well, basically 5G with a software update if we can. And if you can have it for the, what was it? The Brisbane Olympics, not LA. So 2032 would be nice. Don't try and roll it out this decade if possible. So that's the sort of, just push it off to the far future. And I think that there's a middle way, which is maximizing usefulness. How do we design 6G to be optimally useful? And so despite all of the diplomatic wrangling that went on behind that hexagon, I've unilaterally reinvented it and decided which bits we can get rid of, which bits need to change, and which bits we should keep. And the thing I really want to talk about today is this ubiquitous connectivity bubble there, because I think that's by far the most important of all of these. And I think that requires a bit more explanation of what does it mean to say ubiquitous connectivity. And the thing is, it means a lot of different things to different people. So, rural areas, absolutely, whether it's connecting the unconnected, whether it's just, frankly, in large parts of the developed world, there are remote areas, islands. If you go to Philippines or Indonesia, there are huge issues of how do you get cellular to every part of those islands. You've obviously got indoor, and I'll talk more about that at the moment, but there's also densification and good coverage in cities. It could be indoor, could be outdoor, could be sort of mixed-use environments, new developments, business parks. There's quite a lot of metro areas which are actually grey spots or black spots for all sorts, both in some cases, both cellular and fibre coverage, depending on everything from topography of a given city to, you've got private rights of way. It's problematic. And then also we should remember that there's groups of other people who think of ubiquity in terms of connectivity to a ship or to a sensor buoy out in the ocean. And then three-dimensional, there's a huge interest in connectivity for whether it's drones, aircraft, other aerial objects. So obviously from this room's point of view, it's mostly the indoor with a bit of the metro and city stuff that's of interest. And there's lots of possible technologies you can use. I would say the risk at the moment is, frankly, the satellite people, or non-terrestrial networks in 3GPP speak, they're doing a really good job of directing the ubiquity attention to that top left-hand corner. And I think that, to some extent, it's because satellite is lots of money, it's important for defense, and it's quite cool and sexy because it's space and stuff. So I think it gets lots of attention, perhaps too much. And the other thing is the satellite people send unbelievable numbers of representatives to whether it's a Spectrum conference or a telecom conference, they're over-indexed. The satellite industry is over-indexed 10x at half the events I go to. But fundamentally, we all know this, that this is mobile use, not just wireless. It's of cellular use, a good proportion is in places like this. I'm not on the Wi-Fi at the moment. I realized I forgot to switch the Wi-Fi on this morning on my phone. I switched it off because it was interfering as I left my hotel. 80%-ish of cellular mobile traffic comes from indoor settings. Outdoor stuff is important. Vehicles, could be energy, a lot of public safety and emergency stuff, agriculture. But a lot of the things that we talk about are indoor, whether it's education, whether it's healthcare, most manufacturing, most robotics, most AR, VR, most enterprise communications, it's all indoors. You know this. So the question is, how do we deliver connectivity indoors? And here there is this sort of, we heard it earlier today, mix in the industry, certainly the mobile industry. My Finnish accent's not very good, so I apologize for butchering it. Many years ago, I heard someone from a certain Finnish company go, outside in always wins. That's fine until now, where you actually have really heavily insulated buildings, where you've got glass, which essentially turns most buildings into Faraday cages, certainly modern buildings. So there's going to be a mix of outdoor to indoor, and there are some enhancements here to improve how you steer antennas, whether you do better beamforming, how well you model different buildings. So there will be more outdoor to indoor connectivity. But there's what I'll call indoor native, and Wi-Fi is at the top of the list, both for consumer residential and for enterprise and MDU. And there's lots of sort of subcategories here, of whether it's industrial premises, whether it's a venue like this, whether it's an office building, an MDU, whether it's a single family home. There's no sort of silver bullet here. And I think you also will have to recognize that there's going to be a mix. So in some of our devices, we'll have multiple radios in them. And one of the questions I asked yesterday was, what happens if you live in a remote area and you walk out of your door? Does your phone try to connect to the terrestrial cellular network or perhaps to a satellite network? So you're going to have lots of multi-way trade-offs, possibly bonding, load balancing, lots of opportunity to throw AI at this. Whether it's a smartphone, whether it's a modem in a car, something that's got the intelligence to realize you're in a train, where maybe there's Wi-Fi on the train, maybe the windows are, again, like Faraday cages, but you find that some railway companies now are doing laser etchings of the glass to allow outside cellular signals better into the train. So there's no one answer here. And I think that whenever we, in the Wi-Fi industry, talk about connectivity and ubiquity, we need to realize there's a lot of this going on. And it's different, again, for IoT as well. So I think that the Wi-Fi integration with cellular, and this is where there's this sort of convergence, divergence, and I think that in some ways you get convergence, particularly things like Passpoint and open roaming. But you will also find some instances where devices have two radios and two, if you like, decision chains or more, and connect separately to different networks and then blend them together in the OS. There may well be, even on the cellular side, you might find it's got two separate SIMs or eSIMs in. So, the whole question, will converge Wi-Fi with cellular? Well, which cellular? If I've got my home SIM and I've got a roaming SIM, do you work with both of them? One of them? Who knows? What happens if it's dynamic in future? So there's a lot of things that are going on outside of this room, and we need to be aware of them. So I think that there will not be a single silver bullet for this. And you also have a question of who pays for indoor coverage. Is it the venue? Is it the operators? Is it you? Is it an enterprise? If you've got some buildings, possibly including this one, you've got the landlord and multiple tenants. Like enterprises have got the 43rd floor and the 44th floor of a tower block. Is it the landlord who sorts this out? What happens if people on floor 43 have got a different set of requirements to the ones upstairs? And there are ways around this, but again, we shouldn't underestimate the range of stakeholders involved. And then there's private networks. So you may well find, airports, ports, some other buildings have a private 5G and future 6G network, which either can be hybridized with the public coverage or which can have various sorts of sharing. So I'm going to wrap all this up. I definitely think we should be extending the unlicensed model. And this is where I make myself unpopular with the Wi-Fi people. I think there should be local licensed wireless LAN, let's not call it Wi-Fi, as well as for local licensed private networks. And whether it's in the CBRS band in the US or in Europe, 3.8 to 4.2, I think there ought to be variants of wireless LAN that, particularly for industrial use, use something that looks like an AFC or something that looks like a CBRS SAS or something which is a manual licensing mechanism to give, let's say, a manufacturing company or a warehouse dedicated Wi-Fi-esque spectrum for their robots, rather than worrying about interference. And a few other things, I'll pass on those and I'll leave it to the panel. And I'm going to hand back to Bruno because I've talked long enough for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Great. So I will invite you to join us here on the panel. So one of the first questions will be how much do we agree with Dean and where the focus should be. But this is the moment we invite our CTO group leadership. So Derek Peterson from Boingo, Najat Ishamplat from Intel, and Mark Grayson to join us here on stage. So grab a seat. Cool. So like I said, let's make this as dynamic as possible and try to get your inputs. But I would like to start, probably this is our fourth meeting. So I would like to start with you, Derek, on why did we create the CTO Innovation Forum? What were you seeing by the time? And has anything changed over these years?
Yeah, I think that's good to do it. I mean, I think a lot of you were here when we started the CTO Innovation Forum. I think it was at crossroads at the WBA where we realized we wanted to get more people just talking. CIOs, CTOs, talking about some of the challenges that they were having and how they were solving them. If you remember, I think it was probably 2014 or so, it's been a while. Yep. Since we created it. And what we were doing was we were taking some of the Wi-Fi Alliance Passpoint stuff and we were going, okay, how are you guys doing that? And we were trying to sit there and see how everybody was doing their different things. I mean, I've heard a lot of, in the last 2 days, I heard a lot of interesting companies doing interesting things. I mean, right here in front of me, your open roaming that you kind of shared. We've all done some level of this open roaming, whether it's Howard, wherever he is. If he's hiding, I don't see Howard. Where's Howard? He's not here. So you got Howard, we're doing it with American Bandwidth and trying to do it as hub. You've got yourself doing open roaming. So we have all these people doing these different solutions, and we're solving problems in our own ways, but we're not bringing it back to the standards, and then we weren't bringing it back to the standards groups to say, okay, how are we doing that? Let's go bring that back. And you look at what we're doing with open roaming, where we're now building an app to be able to get the client, and we're going to make it available. So we heard from Purple Guy today, and he's like, oh, we're going to make all this open source. Well, I was doing that 12 years ago. We had it all in an app, and so was Comcast, and so was everybody else. Yep. But we're all doing it for our own thing, and we weren't standardizing it. So the idea was create a group of a bunch of us technologists so that we can have these kind of conversations, and then we could bring some of those things back to create tours, so that we could bring it in and create a standard. So it's not like I'm doing something that's different than EMEA, which is different than Comcast, which is different than somebody else. And then we have, again, a bunch of disjointed solutions and proprietary solutions, and there's nothing there. So that was the idea, I think, when we started it. A lot of the projects that started becoming a part of the WBA came from that. Some of the stuff that we're working on right now that I see Helium sharing today about their quality metrics. We're trying to do that inside the WBA to make it a standard, because if my quality metrics don't match your quality metrics, and AT&T, Sean's back in the back, he's asking me for different quality metrics, and I'm going, I sat down with Apple 10 years ago and Samsung and Microsoft, and I said, these are the metrics you should be feeding me, and then these are the metrics I should be feeding you, and then you should be feeding that to the MNOs. We've got to solve that, because we live in a disjointed area, and I'm going to be talking about that in convergence a little bit. But we live very disjointed, and so the idea was create this group where we could try to push together some of this. And I think we've been successful.
Yeah.
I think we've been
So
very
the roadmap
successful.
from 10 projects to 20 plus.
Yeah,
So
I think we've been successful. I also would like to see us do more. And I'll just say that. I'd like to see us do more because I still think there's a lot that's going on that we could do a lot more with. So anyhow, I'm hoping we'll start seeing more involvement in the innovation forums going forward. We try to keep it open, as you can see. So we're going to have a conversation about some of this stuff that, you know, is near and dear to us up, hopefully on the stage, but also to you, so that we can kind of push and say, okay, what else should we be talking about in the WBA for our tours for the future? I don't know if that's...
Derek, yeah, that's perfect. And we have now these R&D labs and companies that really want to do the technology transfer of some of the things we are discussing here. And like you said, some of our projects are really starting because they are practical in nature. So we do demos at the working sessions, and the Innovation Forum, I think, helped with that mentality of going really practical.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks for setting the vision, and we are here for many more, hopefully.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll move to Najati. Najati, so in the WBA, you are known as doing all the innovative stuff, right? So new generation of Wi-Fi, AI, ML, you know, you try to blend everything. So tell us a bit how you see, you know, innovation and your role in Intel going forward.
Well, as part of I am the chair of the Next Generation Wireless Group. We look at what is in the pipeline that we need to tackle on, you know, just drive forward. And one of the pillar work orders that which I'm going to get into is that this generation of Wi-Fi, we just look at the Wi-Fi 6, 7, 8, and then go beyond that, whatever the other, you know, pillar technologies that would be impactful in the industry, such as the AI/ML work group or task group that we have formed. We are looking at that angle, and as well as the QoS and as well as the other new technologies. We just keep bringing those new technologies that basically just pave the path and get the better understanding and address what are the opportunities and challenges and that the industry can take on, so that we just basically collaborate our forces and get better understanding and wrap our arms around it. So the pipeline is full and rich, and really there's, you know, new ideas keep coming, and we just keep working. And really it is, you know, and this exciting time that we have a lot of project proposal coming as part of the next 2026 time frame. I'm looking at the order discussion that which one should be taken on, because all of them are really interesting and quite, you know, challenging issues that we need to basically address.
Yeah.
So all in all, you know, we are busy.
Yeah, more prioritization, and I think the working groups play a really relevant role in helping us, you know, on that cycle. Yeah, so maybe Mark, from your standpoint, so you lead one group in WBA that delivered, you know, 5 releases in just 5 years, so that's pace of innovation, doesn't happen so often. How do you see your role evolving and your contributions here to this topic?
Wow. So, yeah, I mean, so open roaming, yeah, so you're referring to open roaming, which, as we say, we've now 5 and a bit years since the technology was transferred into WBA, and WBA took over the mantle to lead the federation. And I think the key takeaways, I guess, is we can't solve everything via technology. I think we had the passpoint specifications. We had carriers trying to deploy that, but often what we were hearing was what didn't scale was the lawyers. And this is a different business wherein instead of me just doing a roaming agreement with another carrier, I've now got to engage with tens of thousands of different venues. And so clearly there's a role for hubs and for intermediaries in that. But what we did with open roaming was to focus on a legal framework where we can accelerate the adoption of technology. And I think we should always remember we can't solve everything with technology, and we need to then reapply the same thinking as we're looking at the latest, I guess, innovations coming out of WBA in terms of the mission-critical services. So that's emergency calls and understanding the liability when people are making emergency calls over a public Wi-Fi system, whether it's delivering a first responder service over Wi-Fi because we know Wi-Fi 7 is going to get integrated emergency preparedness capability integrated into the standard, into the specification, into the testing, so we're going to be able to deliver end-to-end mission-critical services for first responders. And then moving forward is how do we deliver emergency alerts. So in all of those cases, it's not just about technology, it's about the regulatory and legal frameworks to facilitate and accelerate the adoption of those services.
Very, very interesting. That's a dimension we have been trying to phase in. When the technology is early, I think there's more challenges to know, how we start, but very good point on how 6G Wi-Fi 8 regulation, policies, legal frameworks will just pave the way.
Yeah, I'd like to add one thing, basically. I have been involved in the past point, development and technical support specification and all that stuff. When I look back, basically, unless we address the key business issues and develop solution, focus on the business side, developing technical solution by itself does not get us where we need to go. Right. So that is always the challenge. I think the business issues and business discussion primarily take place among the service providers, operators, service enablers, where we have this quite interesting community over here within WBA, where when we bring the technology, we face those questions that we had not thought before. Somehow we need to complete this cycle of operations and that, okay, what are the key issues, business issues that we are tackling on so that we can solve the right problem in the right fashion. Otherwise, the technical solution just comes short.
Yeah, but I'm going to jump in and, sorry, we're going to have a conversation here. But in terms of when I guess for the first 10 years of Passpoint, or maybe 8 years of Passpoint, it was perceived, rightly or wrongly, as being a carrier technology. It was all about SIM-based authentication. I think what open roaming did is it opened up Passpoint to a whole new set of identity providers that now we saw the awards where Delhaize as a supermarket is integrating Passpoint authentication based on their loyalty card identity systems.
I fell into that trap. I thought that Passpoint was specifically SIM-based, right. And it was and the open roaming was the generalized version of it. And it's only subsequently that I found out that was wrong.
Yep.
But I think that there's so many stakeholders here. I mean, in theory, my airline loyalty app ought to log me into Wi-Fi in their lounges and on the plane. I've thought that if you have an event ticket like we had for here, so you have a QR code and put it in or download to your Apple or Android wallet, why doesn't that have the Wi-Fi credentials for this building, for 3 days preloaded into that wallet application?
The business part of it and... No, but I agree with you guys, and maybe so you just presented these focus areas, and there's an intro here to the panel. We know, the work you do, but how do you reach to those, 10 bullet points? Because one challenge we have in Innovation Forum, like you are seeing, we have these many project proposals, we have to filter them out. So what's your thought process, coming to these conclusions? And
I think that part of this is going to be driven by members and whether, in general, service providers are most interested in accessing public spaces like this and, airports, and then also interrelationship with homes and home broadband. I think the industrial side is a bit separate. It's interesting, but that tends to be more the domain of sort of private 5G and industrial Wi-Fi as well. Yeah. But it's a little bit separate. And I think the private 5G industry is very focused on sort of warehouses and manufacturing. I'm not sure whether that's as good a fit here, but I think you need to keep it in mind. So it might be narrowing down the scope of situations. I mean, clearly, maritime and aviation have got their own forums. Yeah. But I think the other things in terms of priorities is thinking about the future user journey, whether it's on a smartphone or another device, And so, for example, I don't know if you've gone through that thought process around eSIM, for example. But
Yeah.
I know, but the
It's a big
idea
one.
that you may end up in a couple of years' time where we've got eSIM-only devices and the average number of eSIMs per phone is 2.3 or something like that. I don't know. It's possible. And what would what you're trying to do look like in the world where that's 8 billion devices?
Yeah. So a mix of future technology and what can we do today, right?
Yeah.
So and maybe Derek, I will just ask you because you always brought a practical perspective into all of this, a convergence vision, but you were actually doing it. So I know you prepared an update in terms of how do you see this evolving and real world, scenarios. So let me invite you maybe to share a few
do my
thoughts.
slides?
And,
Okay.
and just,
All right, I got a couple slides, but I'm going to hit my first slide, I guess. So this was a call for convergence. I don't know how many people read this. It was like my opportunity to sit there and go, hey, we need to work together. It's time to collaborate and make this stuff happen. So I wrote this call kind of as a shout out because I was new into the WBA and I was trying to solve problems. And I wanted us to try to figure out how do you put us all together. I jumped in the Multi-Fire Alliance board. I'm still on the OnGo board that I've been there forever. I'm on the WBA board. I'm now the chairman of this board. And the big thing I kept trying to do was, okay, we keep talking about convergence, and I'm putting in, and I'm going to show you some examples of these really good converged networks that actually do work, right? I've created converged networks with partners that actually do everything that we talk about all the time. And I'll give an example here in a minute.
Yep.
But I've created these networks because I've worked with manufacturing locations. I'll just go to it. This is a good one. Whidbey Island. DoD came to us and they said, could you end up creating a network that allows you to jump on any network technology, Wi-Fi, cellular, not licensed and unlicensed, and have our pilots be able around this area to be able to get and do all these different things? And how would you bounce back and forth between all these technologies so that always is connected? And then now they're asking us to add satellite onto this so that they have it when they're in the air. Guess what? When you control everything, you control the device, you control the network, you go pay Dish for 10 megahertz of their network of license, you have your CBRS in there, and you control the radio, you control everything. Guess what? It's doable.
Yep.
It's really doable, right? So you can go create a converged network that does this and uses Wi-Fi, and it works.
So scale it, right?
You have to control the whole thing. In our industry, we don't. And so the biggest part of this call for convergence was collaboration. Because we'll never get there if we don't collaborate and come up with a standard so that the phone that we're sharing, because it's a public entity phone and there's a bunch of different ones, and if they don't have a standard way of collaborating and talking, it doesn't work. Yep. And so to me, when I think about my call for convergence and when I keep thinking about my call for convergence back in 2014, I was naive. I was naive. I was thinking, hey, my call for convergence is easy because people are, of course, going to want to work together. Why would you not? Why would you not want to work together to solve these problems? Yeah. And then I started getting into it, and I'm like going, oh, well, because you're making money over there, and if I do that, you don't get to make money over there, and so on and so forth. So we start getting into that. And then we got to go, okay, well, how do I make it so that you could still make money on that thing that you were making money before, and you don't want to change? And that, to me, is the biggest challenge, is being able to get to convergence requires collaboration. But the thing that I didn't have in here is it requires change. You have to sit there and start changing your models, your business models, to adapt. Now, what's interesting is, I'm a Boingo. We were a Wi-Fi company. When I got there in 2011, all we did was Wi-Fi. I mean, we did DAS, but it was like kind of an offshoot. And it was because we were doing the Wi-Fi, we were like, okay, yeah, we'll help the carriers and put in some antennas and stuff. But even to DAS today, for the most part, it's a click of a button. We install it all, we do the design, and then we're watching red and green like the old network operations days that you guys were talking about. We're not sitting there looking at the metrics. Now the carriers want the venues to pay for DAS. Well, you're giving them none of the data. So now I'm having to go build, which is something cool for the innovation forum. I'm building spots where I can steal and hijack the packets, and I grab the first characters of the packets, and I can get all the data of all the what's being transferred back and forth, even though it's not my network. I have anonymized traffic where I can know how much traffic's going across the DAS, even though I don't own it.
Yep.
Because I'm sitting in the middle and I'm hijacking the packet and looking at the stats and then adding them together and knowing that, so then I can tell the venue how this is how much traffic you passed. But again, it's because of this relationship we don't have, so I'm having to go around them. But that to me is the key of this. So that was my thing of setting this. It's possible. This is an example. Here's another example. At Newark Airport, private 5G, DAS, Wi-Fi, all there. I now have reports coming in showing how much DAS traffic's going on, how much Wi-Fi traffic's going on. And I can, if I had control over the DAS, I could probably start switching it. If I had control of the device, I could probably start switching it because I know now. I know the stats of the DAS, the Wi-Fi, and the private network. The carriers want to know that too. So I'm working with AT&T. I'm going to give them the stats. Let them go make the decision on that same thing. But anyhow, that's how we get to convergence, in my opinion, anymore. You know, we've been talking technical. I think it's time to start talking, okay, collaboration and change.
Yep.
And I think that's our next step. We can do it technically. I've done it. So
you built a seamless stack that's clear, but you also raised the challenge of this is a private ecosystem. You can make it work. So collaboration is what we need.
Collaboration.
To go outside.
And standards, so that we all work towards a collaborative environment that allows it to happen.
I mean, but even then, one of the challenges is stakeholders. Now, imagine in 5 years' time, that isn't just an ordinary clicker. It's a millisecond latency augmented reality clicker. And you have to deal with, okay, so this room is WBA is rented. The event is run by Informa or Omdia. But then who owns either the Wi-Fi or the DAS into this building? Who's the fiber provider into the building? Whose access points? Is there a neutral host? We don't know.
But the agentic does that, right?
Oh yeah, then you just put an AI layer
and then
over
you just open up and you say, hey, Siri or whoever you are, go do this for me. You know, we're talking eSIMs.
Yeah.
I mean, I love eSIMs because it's the step to the next thing. I love open roaming because it's the step to the next thing. To me, this eSIM, this thing, it's because we don't have a digital twin identity, right? And eventually we get to a digital twin identity, and it solves the problem. But right now we have to have an identity for this place, an identity for that place, an identity for this place, and then we have to sit there and try to trade identities and all this stuff instead of. So eventually we'll get there. So I love eSIMs. I love open roaming.
Yep.
I look at them as the step to digital identity, a digital twin identity, and eventually we'll get there. So just like we have to with everything else.
Yeah,
but
yeah. No, so Derek, I think you did a great job baselining what took us here, right? And how this converged stack is deployed in practice. You mentioned Wi-Fi 6, 5G, DAS, and maybe now, I think you all mentioned standards, right? And what standards should do towards 6G. So we are going to talk about that, but any thoughts from the audience on what brought us here, convergence, any perspective? So maybe I'll pick up in one person. Yeah,
Hi.
Johan, you have been working on mobile offload papers for long. They are great. What's your take on this? Can we have a mic? Can we have a... No, yeah, just for the audience. Thank you so much.
I don't know if I'm now tagging into exactly what you wanted, but my thought is I'm a big fan of open roaming. I think it's the best thing since sliced bread. And honestly speaking, everybody talked about pass point, but it was no point really before open roaming, to be honest. And it was to the I mean, our customers came to us and say, we must do pass point. And we say, why do you need pass point if you are going only to your own network? We have done offloading and SIM authentication for a long time. So I really love Passport, and it's the right direction. But, and now comes the but, when we are finally here, when everybody loves Passport, open roaming, but the venues, they want to communicate with their customers. So that is a big problem. So I think what we really need to fix is to convince, it's actually Apple that is the worst guys, as we know, convince them to support the venue portal.
Yep.
Otherwise, the only thing that hotel can do, for instance, is to do Passport and then onboard it on their loyalty app and then only accept communication from their own domains and then use the app to push whatever messages they want. So that is the one thing that I think we need to fix, really convincing them.
I'm going to challenge you a little bit on that.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I'm going to challenge you a little bit on that. I sit there and I think about, a venue. And let's go with an airport, because you have a lot of those, right? I know my airports sit there and say, hey, I want to get them back on my portal. Why? I'm walking to the airport. I'm trying to get to my darn gate. I don't want you to sit there and make me go pull up my phone and go look at your portal and interact. Make it interactive when you're there, right? So I'll give you an example. And I think I'm hopefully not getting... Are we recording this?
I think we are.
I believe we are, Derek.
Okay,
yes.
so I'm going to
It's
not
gonna be-
have to... I'm
You're going to be on
not
YouTube.
use a name.
Okay. There we
So, there's a basketball group that I'm working with, and I think several of us on stage are working with. They go, my goal is to get people to get engaged and watch the game, right? And they said, that's all I care about. I want them to cheer for me and everything else. They built a private network that lets you sit there and interact with the game and pick who's going to make the next shot and all this stuff. Eventually, it's going to be game betting and everything else, because they want you to be excited and watch the game. Because half the people who go to the games or go to the concert, they're pulling out their phone and they're sitting there looking at their phone instead of looking at the game and cheering on, or they're trying to videotape what's going on in the, as a concert instead of sitting there being engaged in the concert. So they're like, we don't want them to touch their phones because there's something going on that they're not part of. So they said, how do we flip that? And how do I change that engagement? So I'll go back to an airport and I go, don't go to a portal, just let them on. Get them on as quick as you can, and then help them get to their gate. Help them understand that this thing's cheaper and everything else. Do different ways of talking to them instead of a portal. And again, this is where we've got to change, because we have this idea that there's an engagement that we want to deliver, but the reality is that's not the engagement that the customer really wants. And so we're trying to solve an engagement problem with a connectivity problem instead of realizing the connectivity is the base level. The communication is the problem you're trying to solve. So what is that communication you want to have? Let's focus on that. Have that conversation about what that communication is at the airport. It's getting to my gate. It's where's my luggage. It's that. That kind of a thing.
But
the journey.
Derek, I must ask, I don't know where you wanted to go with that, because obviously if you are onboarded automatically, as in open roaming, you only have a limited number of ways of communicating with a customer once they are on board. And that is either, I guess, through a venue portal or through an app or through an SMS or an email, if you have those credentials or this information. So I guess it's still a problem that needs to be solved. I don't think we will get anchor hotels on board for Passport.
Yeah. Right, if that's what you think your engagement is, go to this basketball game. They have this screen. You walk up, right, and it knows you because your facial recognition. You walk up, no phone, no nothing. And as it walks up, you're standing right next to me, I'm standing right here. You look up at the screen, and the screen knows exactly where I'm at, and it shows me, Derek, your seat's over here, go this way, that way. And then it says, Derek, you were here last time. And it's a screen sitting inside the airport, inside the location, that has nothing to do with anything else. And it knows me because I have facial recognition, because I registered, and then it says, it's the coolest thing. You can see it in Burbank if you drive down the road in Burbank, this screen. And as you're driving by, it knows you by your face, and it only shows it to you. So if I wanted to see Dean's gate and his information about, hey, you have a $10 gift certificate, I got to be like right behind him right here, or I don't see it, but Dean sees it. Those are immersive engagement experiences that you'd want beyond.
Sure.
Now, granted, the portal's there today. I'm just saying, let's not overthink the portal.
But Derek, that is valid for the 10% that can afford it, like airports, like big hotel chains, etc. What do you do with the rest?
Joanne, I'll just, I get the point. I think it's a great one, but maybe the way I would like to frame this for this discussion is, again, it's not a technology problem, to be honest. I think, Joanne, because, for instance, we are doing venue URL engagement on a hotel next door of WBA, and it's 4 lines of code. So it's not a technology problem. Like you said, there are stakeholders we need to engage, and maybe as a group here, setting this vision, that's how we can take the industry forward, right?
You got to get them to the first thing first. I would argue that the challenge is we haven't been deploying Passpoint, and you're giving people web and open network connections. Horrible security.
Yeah.
We're going to get hacked. It's horrible. Why would you ever go to a place and connect to an office building using the same password? Or you connect to, so Open Roaming is going to solve that, and so does Passpoint. Dude, every network should be Open Roaming or Passpoint.
I must ask again, why did Anchor Hotel not being very interested in Open Roaming? That is a good question. And I think if they, and Open Roaming doesn't need to be as open as you think. They could have onboarding only their own users, and they can provision the certificate from their loyalty app, and then push messages to them. So I think that is a simple solution to come.
Yeah, so one of the largest hospitality.
I completely agree with you, but then we start getting caught. So we all know that they should be using that, but then they're saying, I'm not going to do it because I can't get to a portal. I'm going back to your thing. So their hotel's going, if I go create you're going to your hotel and I don't have a way to go back to you, then what I'm going to do is I'm not going to do Open Roaming because I want them to go to my portal. And so what we're doing is we're actually causing our own problem because we're saying, yes, you can't go to your own portal, so make your customers less secure, make more friction because you care so much about this freaking portal that you think they're going to spend time on. And to me, that's the problem. It's a communication problem because we're not telling them, no, you have a bigger problem than that. You don't do this, and you don't then help us find a way to help you engage. If you don't do this, your people are one day going to get hacked, and they're going to go, I'm not for staying here because my bank got hacked or my whatever got hacked because of that.
And what you'll have is that your agentic AI layer in ChatGPT or whatever, I will actually do this now, I think, in future, is go to Expedia and find out which hotels do not have captive portals on their Wi-Fi, and actually have an agent that specifically looks for that. Maybe I set it up to have Open Roaming as well. And that'd be a personal preference.
That's
the Dean
filter.
Yeah.
So let me just, because in terms of our panel, I think it will be very useful because we want options, and the working groups are discussing all this. So I'll get back to you, Howard, but I think we just need to phase in what's next in terms of how we solve it. And for me, the work we are doing on the 6G, where the mobile operators, for instance, for the first time came to us and said, we need TSO management, we need CapEx considerations, is where we start. So,
yeah, and I think we should take some lessons from the satellite people of doing integration with cellular, because they are a mile deep.
Yeah, if the steering is much more automated, all the venue user engagement maybe will kick in. So I would like to invite Mark just to share how the standards group is looking into 6G Wi-Fi requirements, and then I'll go back to Howard and to Monica. I think you guys have questions. So Mark, please.
Yeah, so I've got some slides, and we should have coordinated, Dean, because mine are very similar to yours. So we can skip over some of them. So yeah, old photo. The future of seamless and interoperable wireless. And so this is Dean's slide and my slide. So yeah, as Dean described, when ITU took their 5G pyramid and they sprinkled the integrated sensing and AI dust over their pyramid and made a hexagon, they added one important thing, which was the ubiquitous connectivity. And it's a shame, I think, that when you look at 3GPP, that they focused on the sparse and rural aspect of that. And they say, okay, we're addressing ubiquitous through sparse and rural and NTN. And everyone's seemed to have skipped the fact that ITU says continuity and seamless service, including when deep in buildings. I don't think NTN is going to deliver any service when deep in buildings. In fact, in days gone by, I worked for a satellite company, and we tried to do like a paging notification into building, and it took 30% of all the satellite's power to try and send a single page into a building, to give you an idea about how difficult it is from a satellite perspective. So why is this important? Hey, I can use the Ericsson data. You know, we spend 90% of our time indoors on smartphones and consume 80% of the data. So we know we've got to serve deep in buildings, and I think there's general recognition that the best way to serve in-building users is on in-building wireless systems. You know, the outside in always wins. I don't think he's going to win in the future. And so what does in-building wireless look like? This is a chart. Okay, there's not one size fits all, but just looking at the number of shipments for indoor units comparing Wi-Fi and cellular. So I think by 2028, I can't see the date down there, I think there'll be roundabout or forecasted 50 million units a year going into indoor Wi-Fi, and this is sort of enterprise class. And we compare that with similar licensed 3GPP, Omdia, you know, in 2020, they said it was a market of 2.1. In fact, if you do the analysis 2 years later, it had shrunk significantly by 40% to about 1.8 million. So we're seeing, you know, a 20-to-1 divergence between units shipped for cellular versus Wi-Fi. And so we know the future has got to be about how to integrate Wi-Fi into that 6G vision. And I did have a slide in the past that talks about 20 years of fragmentation and failures of how 3GPP has tried to integrate Wi-Fi and cellular together. In fact, they specified over a dozen different systems, and in fact, only 2 have ever really seen deployment. The original interworking wireless LAN from Release 5, Release 6, which is our baseline for open roaming, and the EPDG, which I think last month when I checked, 440 PLMN IDs have enabled their DNS records for EPDG discovery in over 100 different countries. So dozens of systems specified, hundreds of hours wasted at 3GPP on systems which get fully specified and never deployed. And I guess the question for the industry is who's accountable for that? Who you know, in terms of the effort? Okay, but we recognize that we haven't done a good job in the past, and so is 3GPP learning the lessons of the future? So this is a chart from an Ericsson submission into a 3GPP meeting earlier in the year, looking at so-called 6G Work Task 1.3. 6G Work Task 1.3 is how Wi-Fi gets integrated into 6G, and they're defining what that work program looks like. And this contribution from Ericsson says, just looking at 5G, 8 different approaches defined from release 15, 16, and 18 of how to integrate non-3GPP into a 3GPP architecture. And as Ericsson points out, of these, only the EPDG has been implemented and deployed.
Wi-Fi calling.
For Wi-Fi calling.
And doesn't work great, yeah.
And so the question is 3GPP going to learn the lessons of the past? I think the narrative happening in SA2 is at least they recognize that they have over-specified, over-architected for this set of solutions. They've fragmented the space, and they've seen little adoption other than a couple of approaches. So we know it's going to be Wi-Fi. We know it needs to be a seamless carrier experience when I'm on 6G and on Wi-Fi, and I'm particularly pleased on the work that's going on in WBA, but also in IATF, and the work that we're doing to enable the best instrumentation of Wi-Fi networks and enable that to be signaled across a federation between an access network and an identity provider AAA system. You know, we started with open roaming baseline, which was really to ensure that everyone could make a voice over Wi-Fi call whenever they were attached to Wi-Fi. We moved to open roaming silver, which was about delivering a high definition streaming experience. Now we're saying, okay, the next phase is we're going to instrument this network to allow identity providers to understand the quality of experience their users are going to get once they get authenticated onto that Wi-Fi network. And I think this is something that where we can really shine, where Wi-Fi is permissive, it's sharing information, compared with cellular, where cellular often tries to hide and obscure this information in terms of the load on the network, how many stations are attached, the quality of the experience the users are getting. So I think here is an example of Wi-Fi leading the way. So just to summarize then, I think it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. We know there are different approaches for how to deliver indoors, but when we look at the requirements, we need to look at the overall solution cost. We need to understand, to Derek's point, how do you feed the enterprise the analytics they need to support their specific value chains? We need to deliver that end-to-end quality of experience. Candidly, we need systems where we have the talent to deploy the expertise to operate and manage and deploy those systems. We need to deliver the required security and privacy. And from an ease of adoption perspective, one thing that we've been clear on open roaming is that we want to be able to operate this not just over a subset of the device fleet, not just over a subset of properties, as in DAS and you know, large buildings, small buildings, not just around a subset of subscriptions, but really now open this up to everyone so we can deliver that seamless onboarding experience. So just a perspective about
Mark, delivering the best of Wi-Fi with the best of 6G. Yep. No, Mark, so opening the discussion again, so basically I think the dimension we brought is standards are likely going to comply with, you know, these new trends around passpoint open roaming, and by having the mobile side looking into it differently and adopting it, maybe the seamless converged experiences, user engagement will be solved because this is kind of native. So let me just open it up again, you know, here to the panel and to the audience. With this 6G new perspective, new breath, I think we are closer to solving user engagement. Any thoughts? I know we were discussing vividly the concept of user engagement. Okay, so I think...
One final remark on user engagement. I like the vision of facial recognition and billboards in airports, etc. But what do you do when 20 people come at the same place?
Yeah, so this is what Mark was sharing. I think in the end, we'll need more data and real-time QoS, right? Otherwise, it's the same Wi-Fi 8 with the problems of Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7. But Monica, please.
Yeah, so Monica Paolini, Senza Fili. Since Derek brought up digital ID, my thing is like, when you think about roaming, open roaming is better than passpoint, but it's still driven from a network perspective. What is it you can do with existing network? But the main thing is to actually get it useful for people, easy for people to get in, user engagement. So in that perspective, isn't just using the phone number as the way you identify yourself still as the core? So, you know, even with open roaming, you have other ways to authenticate, but shouldn't we have a better way to think about identity that is not dependent on a device, but is dependent as you as an individual? I mean, it just seems like, you know, phone numbers are like, it's a thing of the, it should be a thing of the past,
It's
isn't
the
it?
encryption, okay? That's the problem, right? So So what you're trying to do, and this is why everybody should be using Passpoint, you're trying to get an encryption that's unique for that individual or that device. And so when you establish an identity, whether you're using Passpoint and you're using a TLS and you're using a login and password that you know and hopefully nobody else knows, it ends up creating an identity associated with that and then the encryption associated with that. So the AES encryption underneath is sitting there creating an encryption that just you know. So that I sit next to Dean and Dean has his own identity. If I know his password or I know his phone number, I now can sit and hijack his information. So I now can sit on that Wi-Fi network and hijack everything because I know his phone number if it was his phone number. So there has to be an encryption algorithm associated with your device that allows you to have a unique encryption just for you. And that's what an eSIM does. You know, we always talk about the big thing the eSIM does is it gives you an encryption associated with that device that hopefully can't be captured by somebody else. And then we end up using that to create an encryption link between the phone and the device and the AP so that you're unique. And so we have to have something that's protecting you and your data for that transmission.
So Monica,
No, I absolutely get that, but can't you just have it kind of filtered by so that you have your ID and then depending on your device, that is device specific, so you don't see it as a user. So I mean, like, on top of that.
So I think that's the whole goal with this digital twin is eventually you have your own digital key that's yours, and then your digital key goes with you on multiple devices. And that's what the blockchain guys tried to do is they tried to sit there and go, well, we'll go create blockchain IDs, and I have a buddy who's working into that. And you'd have your own blockchain ID and you control it, but everybody knows your blockchain ID because you're sharing the non-secret part of your blockchain ID, just like with SH keys, right?
Number.
And you're sharing that part so you can get on these networks. So you're using some kind of certificate-based solution, but then you only have the private part, just like the way we do PGP encryption and stuff like that.
I know a company that does that.
Yeah, and I know a couple too. And I think that we tried to go down that route. Again, it's money, it's the process and everything else, but I think we'll get there. I think eventually we start doing these systems that we're doing today, we end up getting to a digital twin identity that people have, and you'll have your private key and your public key, and you share your public key, and your public key becomes inside the Open Roaming Federation, and your private key you own yourself, and your private key and public key work together to create the encryption that's used by the access points. I don't know, that's my theory. You know, I haven't wrote a patent, and I know some patent trolls are probably here, so if you want to do that, go feel free. But that's my theory, you know, is how we'd have to get there. We're just not there.
I think we're gonna stick with multiple identities because you've got your personal identity, you've got your employer's identity. Yeah, if I go into the British Airways lounge at Heathrow, I'm more likely to go with my BA loyalty identity than my Vodafone SIM and phone number because that's, you know, maybe Vodafone's got a policy management set of decisions that I don't like, and they, you know, and I don't know. It's basically who do you affiliate with. Same thing if you go to a football match, if it's embedded in your ticket, think, well, actually, I get my beer from the stadium, I'm going to get my Wi-Fi from the stadium. It's nothing to do with my mobile operator or anyone else or your government or the government or anyone else.
But if you had a broker like we saw in the in the example, I don't see him out here, but you have a broker where he's trying to share location, right? So you have an identity provider and you have a network provider and then you have a location broker. It's the kind of the same thing.
Anonymous.
You end up having an identity broker, and you only share the pieces you want.
And you end up in a world of pain with consent, and you end up
Consent
spending
and
all of your
privacy.
money on lawyers dealing with consent management for every country in the world.
So it's rather interesting in terms of privacy, and things are, and so privacy is one of those topics that is in 6G, and it's interesting that I'm here on SFR network, I think, that obviously is, you know, as part of the cellular network, they added this concealment over the radio, so you know the access conceals an identity, but indeed my complete subscription profile, including my telephone number, including my IMSI, has all been downloaded to SFR. Now, I haven't agreed terms with SFR. I don't know what SFR is going to do with that PII data. And I think that there's
discussions going on about whether that fundamental assumption in cellular that has been there since GSM, that you transfer your complete subscription profile to a third party, whether that's the right thing to do. And I think at least from a Wi-Fi perspective, we have privacy-preserving techniques. We now have strong recommendations to avoid privacy leakage. So the access network doesn't see PII data linked to a subscription. Yes, they see MAC addresses, they see IP addresses, but they don't see anything else related to the subscriber. And I think some of those aspects may well end up influencing part of 6G.
Yeah. So Najati, maybe from your standpoint and touching on some of these areas here today, we always have this generational, concept where the next Wi-Fi generation will solve some of the problems of the past. But in this case, it's always about, better, features, more reliability. So also phasing in that angle where 6G is trying to bring some Wi-Fi requirements to solve convergence policy. In terms of the Wi-Fi 7 progress we did, Wi-Fi 8, maybe I will invite you just to share a few thoughts here with the audience. I know you just have a few slides as well.
All right. I'll make it short over here because I have already repeated some of them during the work session. Now, as part of the program within the WBA, we actually completed the Wi-Fi 7 trials with the key operators around the globe, including Cable Labs, AT&T, and as well as the LGE Plus and Türk Telekom, looking at the different deployment scenarios, including high-density residential space, enterprise, and public space, and etc. And all in all, basically, we have demonstrated the outstanding KPIs of Wi-Fi 7 with the throughput and latency, and published these reports that they are publicly available. You can download them. This is actually great, indication of the technology's capabilities, what it can do right now, across all these deployment scenarios. Basically, what we see in many parts of the world, the operators or service providers looking at delivering more than 1 gig or even 5 gig back out to the home. But the question becomes over here, how do you deliver when you have 5 gigabit per second or 1 gigabit per second to home, that you are going to deliver that is, connection to all the users inside the home. Now, without Wi-Fi and without the spectrum with the 320 megahertz channels and all that stuff, it is nearly impossible. With the Wi-Fi 7 at 6 gigahertz, we basically demonstrated you could easily achieve 3.54 gigabit per second throughput to home. That basically empowers the service provider to deliver that service to their residential customers in the high-density spaces. This is actually amazing. Mm-hmm. This is one of the key opening things for the operators over there, especially LGE Plus and Türk Telekom and others over there. Clearly articulated how important that was. So Wi-Fi 7 is ready for delivering that capability and services pretty much where the 6 gigahertz spectrum available, especially with the 1200 megahertz spectrum available. This is basically exciting. Now, moving from this, basically, we said, okay, what do we do for the next? Next is basically looking at what is happening in IEEE, 802.11bn, and as well as the discussion and work taking place in Wi-Fi Alliance. Everybody's right now talking about Wi-Fi 8. Now, looking at the specification work in 11bn, which is going to be the base for the Wi-Fi 8, the draft has been basically, 1.0 was basically, completed. And it's going through the command resolutions and all that stuff. The expectation is that based on the timeline of IEEE, we are going to have the draft 2.0 somewhere around, I think, in May of next year, 2026. Mm-hmm. Draft 2.0 is important, which basically then silicon providers and others start implementing the features on the hardware and everything else. And it is going to be in a quicker time. And looking at the key capabilities and what is happening and the discussion taking place in relation to Wi-Fi 8, I'd like to take a note, at least from Intel's point of view, how we see it over here. And there are 4 killers, pillars on the Wi-Fi 8 space. And when we also say Wi-Fi 8, it is not only limited to 11BN features. Probably we are going to have additional technologies complementing and incorporating into the Wi-Fi 8 program itself, and that will be available. And from the capability and future point of view, as the name indicates over there, Wi-Fi 8 is going to deliver ultra-high reliability. That means basically now you can reliably deliver the packets and that you would otherwise drop some of them when you, especially during roam or in the congestion scenarios, and et cetera, and you are going to also ensure that the deterministic behavior with the latency-sensitive application is going to be supported. These are really important capabilities being built into it. And there is also significantly discussion and work taking place in terms of multi-AP coordination in terms of the seamless roaming and also sharing of the spectrum, beamforming, all in all. There is huge, I think, efficiency aspect of the capabilities being built into the Wi-Fi 8. This actually is one of the important points is that I have seen some, I think, blogs and writings and criticism of the Wi-Fi, that Wi-Fi was not using the spectrum efficiently, like the cellular one.
Proved wrong.
This is actually Wi-Fi 8 or 11BN is clearly responding and addressing those concerns. We are going to have really quite richer capabilities, which I will not go through all of them, but all in all, we are going to have significant efficiency improvement in this spectrum usage and better user experience, better reliability, better determinism. And there is also AI and ML angle that basically, given the technology is getting more and more complicated, it gives us more the buttons to push or the knobs to tune. Now, how do you manage all these complexities with the Wi-Fi 7 bringing additional capabilities? Wi-Fi 8 is going to bring additional knobs. All that exciting things over there would require further and further, AI/ML kind of thing that you can fine-tune. You can basically just dynamically adjust all these things, because in the Wi-Fi 8, especially 11BN, one of the aspects is coordination. Coordination among the APs, coordination between the devices, coordination, all that stuff in a dynamic fashion. Mm-hmm. And by the name over there, basically 11BN, then to me is optimization of the Wi-Fi, optimization of the airspace usage, optimization of the latency, optimization of all the resources and everything else that we need to put in place. AI/ML is, in the other name, is optimization. We just try to optimize this, and so we will. There's a great synergy between Wi-Fi 8 and all this AI/ML. We will see all that stuff. There is also, many other capabilities being built. Since we are about to run out of time, I'll make it short. There is also power saving capabilities. There is, many other things in the pipeline. But it is all in all exciting. We actually kicked off the Wi-Fi 8 program with the WBA as of yesterday. No, yesterday, Tuesday. That we are going to be looking at all these different angles of Wi-Fi 8, what it means from for example, other programs that we have, access network matrix, what it means from the QoS, what it means from the AI/ML, what it means from IoT, what it means from the convergence specs. We are going to look at all those verticals and try to get better understanding and analysis and exploration of all that stuff and collaborate within the industry. So quite a bit work is ahead of us. This is basically the exciting time, and another great interception of the AI/ML, Wi-Fi, 6G, and all that stuff.
Okay. No, yeah, Najati, thanks for the update. I think looking into what we discussed here today, definitely, convergence is here. It's real. We know 6G Wi-Fi requirements is going ahead, Wi-Fi 8. So maybe, opening here to our panel and then the audience, how do we measure success here for the Innovation Forum and for the work? So is there any KPIs we could set when we meet next year and we look back? What KPIs you believe we could put in all of this, progress? Is it, trials, going to market, standards?
I'll be quick. I know I was being a little bit, challenging there. I want to see us just keep doing what we're doing. We're on a journey. If we see a bunch more open roaming deployments in 2026, we have KPIs we're measuring as part of the WBA. Open roaming's one of them. Wi-Fi 7 deployments is another one. I think, member involvement is a key metric for the WBA as well, trying to get more people involved. I think we have a lot of metrics we should be keeping on moving. I think it's a journey, and I'm happy that we're moving along this journey. That's all I'll say is more open roaming would be awesome everywhere. I think would be a really good movement and something to track for the WBA.
Yeah, let's have a dashboard on this session, so we'll prepare one. Din, please.
I'm going to say that public engagement, as in you should be tracking how many countries either have a specific Wi-Fi policy or something like an indoor policy which mentions Wi-Fi, or as part of how many funded Wi-Fi projects rather than satellite or 6G projects are there from, whether it's EU or wherever. So that's because I think one of the challenges is that Wi-Fi gets assumed by everyone, used by everyone, but it doesn't get enough recognition in whether, maybe in DC it does a bit, but in London a bit, in Brussels not very much. Maybe more in Tokyo and others, but Beijing certainly not. So I start counting those things.
More of a development approach.
Yeah.
Mark.
So I guess I'd reinforce a slide that we saw earlier, that we've got a real dichotomy today. We've got 440 PLM and IDs have enabled Wi-Fi calling via an EPDG, and we've got a handful of operators that support Passpoint. So to the point, so happy to support Wi-Fi calling and perhaps emergency calls on networks I don't control, and yet there's some lack of appetite for using SIM credentials to automatically authenticate onto Wi-Fi networks where there is a legal federation to define that end-to-end service and security. So I think this time next year, hopefully we're going to see a rebalancing between the 440 EPDDs versus those that have deployed Passport.
Yeah, just equalize. That would be fantastic. And Najat, you mentioned next week we'll have Wi-Fi 8 AML calls, so definitely we'll have agenda and roadmap to track progress. So,
please join us and participate in the fun because it's going to be interesting. And let's work together because we have two parallel discussions. One of the program is the AML that we are looking at over there in the putting the hyper aside, because that's where the hype, and I look at the realities over there. Where are the key opportunities and challenges, and also gap items that we need to address? Because we see a lot of silo efforts over here and that, versus to having really collaboration at different levels in terms of the, be it at the data level, be it over the training and sharing and the foundation models,
going back
and
to
providing all that stuff. We are having really, very exciting discussions within the group itself with the key players. If you are interested in the topic, again, please join us, and we'll be happy to have you.
Sounds great. So we'll prepare, debrief all this, and come up with our open innovation cycle where we started. Right. So I think, this is time for a close. We are just on time, so really thankful to our panel. Thank you for joining us, and let's keep up the good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, Dean. Okay, so with this, let me hand over to Tiago Rodrigues, our CEO, to wrap us up, please.
Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, everyone. Dean, Derek, Najati, Mark. Very very nice panel to finish the day. So it's been a long week. I hope that you learned something. You had good discussions. You met old friends. You create new friends during the week. Just want to once more thank you to our sponsors for supporting the event and make this possible. And looking forward for the next session of the Wireless Global Congress that will be taking place in January in Japan. So hope that I can see many of you in Japan. If you are staying in Paris, looks like the weather will be good and sunny tomorrow and Saturday, but Sunday rain is coming back. If not, safe travels home and looking forward to see you soon. Thank you, everyone.